Johnny O'Connell, Justin Bell back with you from the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. You ride on board the number 93 Viper, Jonathan Bomarito behind the wheel. This car had some problems earlier, but team car, Mark Goossens, up in second in GT, and the Vipers are strong. There's a look at the 91. Goossens, after pit stops, working his way forward. You know, it's great to see the Viper back for its first full season with the new generation GT-SR. And earlier this week, we caught up with the SRT team who compared the two generation of Vipers.
I mean, if you compare the new generation Viper GT-SR, as far as the cars were built, I mean, the old one was built in a GT1 spec, which had a lot more horsepower and different tricks on it. And this spec is a GT2 spec, so a lot less horsepower, but we have an enormous amount of technology on these new ones.
You know, if you were a half a second off back then, it would maybe be just a couple spots. Now it's probably 10, 12 spots, something like that. But the GT battle that's raging in ALMS right now is tough as it gets. And so credit to SRT for saying we want to come back against the best.
And our compadre Tommy Kendall was spot on. The difference between first and eighth in qualifying was 9/10 of a second. So, I mean, he was right. It used to be a half a second wasn't a big deal. Now it is a big deal. It may be three rows on the grid.
Well, and Brian, not only that, that's just qualifying. The way this race is done now, as we see the two car in the pits, but this race right now is 12 hours of qualifying. And you need to understand that on the factory teams, a report is done on every single driver. Kelly.
See, the number 2 Audi has come in. Tom Christensen is out, and now Alan McNish, the Scotsman, will take over the driving duties. It looks like he will get a started stint on fresh Michelins. And you just watching the nuances of a pit stop as Alan McNish takes his seat insert. He, the of smallest stature of these three drivers here on the number 2 Audi, needs a little bit of a boost to get that seating position just how he'd like it. Appeared to be a good, clean stop for the 2 Audi, and Alan McNish is on his way.
I've just got to say, Kelly, you know what, I know you just got engaged, that's really cool, and you don't need to make friends with any of the hot young drivers, but you called Olivier Beretta within 5 minutes a veteran, and that he looked knackered when he got out of the car, and now you just called Alan McNish short. I'm just throwing it out there while I've just been chuckling.
But I thought I said them both with a little bit of panache.
I thought you were very politically correct.
That's funny.
Justin, on the other hand, wants to throw you under the bus.
Yeah.
But McNish does have his Barca lounger that he has to put in the car when he gets in, because he is a little smaller in stature than some of his teammates. And that, in all seriousness, is difficult. You've got drivers of different size, and it's not an ideal seating position for anybody.
Yeah, you know what? And as we look at Alan McNish, you are seeing he might be tiny, but he is one of the toughest guys out there. I mean, I've watched this guy for so long and been out there on the racetrack with him, and this guy gives 110% every single time. Always aggressive, and that's one of the reasons that he's been successful with Audi for so long.
Yeah, believe me, even a Mike Tyson wouldn't want a Manny Pacquiao coming at him in an anger.
Well,
that's how he is.
They call TK the Great Dane. Obviously, he's Danish, but Calvin Fish is always calling Alan McNish the little Scottish Terrier, because he is just aggressive. As you said, he's focused, and there is a lot of fight in that man, and he's going to fight behind the wheel right now.
Oh, I thought you just because he humps your leg. I don't know. That was just what my terrier does.
Should we take a break now?
Yeah. You know what? It is fantastic. They get out there. This is now coming up over the next hour and a half into the most beautiful driving time here at Sebring, and sunset is due to be at 7:35 p.m. tonight. But when we have zero cloud cover like we have now, or very, very high whispery clouds, we get the full benefit of the Florida sunshine all the way up until full darkness falls. So we're going to have some beautiful shots for you all the way through the next hour.
Which is great for everybody watching TV and the fans and all that kind of stuff. But as the race car driver, you are hating it. You go through 3, 4, 5, and then all the way down to 7. You are getting blinded. A lot of times you'll see drivers holding their hands up over in front of their face, and it's difficult visor-wise. What do? Do you go to a dark visor? But then if it gets as the sun goes down, throw it up. I mean, it is a difficult thing. A lot of drivers trying different things, and going into 17. Where a lot of passing is done, again, that sun's going to be right in your eyes.
Tell you what, Alan McNish, that outlap, the Michelin's not up to temperature or pressure again like we talked about before, through turn 16 that time. Marco Holzer in the Paul Miller Porsche was in front of him, and McNish held back. He learned and he knows the consistency of the officiating. There was a time when he would have put that car in there and said, I'm going through, but not now. I think they've learned, hey, we need to drive a little cleaner. And we also know that the one has that under tray problem. Let's not do anything to set ourselves back. So McNish, his drink tube is not attached to the drink bottle. You see it coming out of the helmet. That's how he takes a drink while he's out there. There's a button on the steering wheel which will kind of squirt some fluid in his mouth, but it is not attached to his drink bottle, and it's flopping around right now. That's going to do two things. One, it's an annoyance, and two, he's going to get really thirsty. McNish working hard from Sebring. Benoit Trillier, his teammate, continues to lead. More to come from the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. You'll see it right here live on Speed. Benoit Trillier leads from Sebring. Let's take a look at the Green X Challenge standings right now, with Trillier out in front on the racetrack. Audi also 1 and 2 in the prototype class for Michelin Green X Challenge. And in GT, Risi Competizione out in front. It goes Ferrari, BMW, Corvette. A good mix of manufacturers there fighting for the title in the Michelin Green X Challenge from here at Sebring. Look at this. It looks like smooth sailing for Trillier, but in reality, we know that the #1 car is wounded. It has that under tray that was flopping. Interesting to look on a tails away shot to see if perhaps some of the exhaust smoke has gone away. That's something that the officials had warned about. So perhaps they've turned down the amount of diesel being put into that power plant on the Audis. Alan McNish has taken over in the 2. That's because Tom Christensen, the Great Dane, handed it over on the last stop.
And while he's led at times, it hasn't been really smooth sailing for the 1 or 2. Tom, you got out and had a little debrief. Did you have any feedback for the engineers?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's all getting into the window where the race will be decided, and we're still very much in the hunt. We need always, of course, with a strategy in terms of the yellows to be on the right tires. We have optimized a bit with the tire pressures, and I think we are still having a strong chance, and we are definitely believing we can do it.
You're running the new aero package on the 2 car. You've also got a new camera system that's supposed to improve a bit of visibility. How are you finding both of those today?
I mean, obviously on this track you see there's so much traffic, so whatever you can have to rely on these things, it's really important. There hasn't been really any contact. There's been the small issues now and then, but that's more people who haven't seen us, and that's of course the risk when we come in the fast cars. And at the same time, it's brilliant, and I think everyone is doing a good job, and I think the fans hopefully loves it as well as we do.
Can you talk about this event being special, that it always brings, this event always brings Audi back and guys like you who are looking to put their names in the record book?
I didn't hear, but I mean, that it's bittersweet to be here. We only get one chance to win the final race with these types of cars, and we are definitely doing that. But we are on the other side, we are also a little bit sentimental that this will be the last time that these great people with the cars are giving us support to do what we like best, is to go flat out on a tough old school circuit like Sebring.
Thanks, Tom.
Flat out. He's right, flat out on an old school circuit, and I think the fans are getting quite the show. If you come up with only one word to describe an R18, it's just sexy. It's just sexy.
You know, it was, I think, what has happened here for Audi, the Audi family, in their relationship with America was summed up very well last night. Don Panos is the Grand Marshal here, and I'll tell you a bit more in a minute because Kelly's down there with the #1 car.
Just as I climbed out, the 1 Audi coming in, and Benoit Trullier is out. It looked like it was Marcel Fässler that will take over driving duties on the #1, and he'll do it coming off of a full service stop here. So this Audi running the older aero package. It's sort of like going with a proven car here in the 1 versus the development car, the #2, sort of the car of the future for Audi. As they finish up getting those Michelins on, a smooth stop here for Audi.
Last night, Dr. Ulrich had the chance to say a few nice words about Dr. Panos, and the depth of their relationship, it's not just on a personal level, because Dr. Panos actually cooked pasta at Dr. Ulrich's house for him, but he was talking about, I think, the way that this has influenced Audi's ideology on racing and their outlook. I think it's been good. The fans here have shown the drivers how they should behave and could behave to each other. So I would really like to think, and everyone watching this, everyone out there in the infield should be very proud that I think we have helped Audi become not just better racers, but maybe better competitors. And I think the relationship's gone both ways. Did I say something wrong?
No. I got to tell you, they have been impressive since the get-go. And I think if there's a company that has really shown what motorsports does to image, it's Audi. You go back in the U.S., you know, in the 90s, Audi was not a big, blingy brand that people were aspiring to. What they have done here in the United States in the American Le Mans Series and at Le Mans has completely changed the image of that vehicle, and that is why you see so many manufacturers. Viper getting back in, Corvette, you know, being in, BMW being in there. This is where they can showcase their greatness.
Well, we talked earlier about the prototype challenge category, and there are two of the protagonists who have run up front all day long. The 52 of David Chang and the #8 of Kyle Marcelli.
Well, Kyle Marcelli took over the lead just in the last 30 minutes. Something that's also happened in the last hour is I've been paying attention to the track temperature. We saw a peak temperature of about 105 degrees. It's down almost 15 degrees right now, and that's something that is definitely affecting these new Continental tires, the new spec tire for this class. And I had a chance to go by Continental and speak with them this weekend on their new arrangement with the series. And this is something that just came about in the last 6 to 8 months. Discussion started back in August, and it wasn't until the last 2 months that things were firmed up. None of these teams had access to any of these tires until Monday of this week. However, they did receive what's called CalSpan data about 2 weeks ago, and that helps them with some of the suspension setup on these cars. That CalSpan data has things like camber thrust and spring rate and lateral force slip angles, things like that, stuff that I'm sure Justin Bell is very well versed in. And the real interesting thing about this tire is it was 3 seconds quicker, almost 3 seconds quicker than the track record last year in PC. And right now, when these cars are out there running, they're running very close to that previous track record too.
Justin, I think he just gave you a hard time, and there's a hard time on the racetrack. It looks like a prototype challenge car and the 02 Extreme Speed Motorsports HPD chassis getting together there in the turn 3, 4, 5 combination. And they're all back underway, but it does get bottled up in there, and we certainly have seen plenty of action there in the past. In fact, it's where battle for the lead in GT was settled. Let's take a look into turn 2. Oh, it's the 6 into the side of the 02. And remember, Klaus Graf served a penalty, and then you see another problem when the prototype challenge car gets in there. The 6 has already been on pit road with a stop and hold for 60 seconds. The question is, will he get another one, and this time, will it be worse?
I dare you, Johnny. Go on, defend that one.
Ed Brown's having a rough day. Ed Brown is having a rough day. Now, you know what? Again, the rule was set. You know, at that kind of contact, that the responsibility for the safe pass is on the overtaking driver. So I don't see how they could not pull Klaus in.
Well, we're going to find out. Klaus Graf, has he run afoul of the rules yet again? We'll find out when we come back, but we'll take another chance to look at a little history as we go to break a decade ago. 2003 proved to be another record-setting year for Audi. This time, Yost Racing took a 4th consecutive race win, the most consecutive wins for a team in event history. That win spoiled the debut of Bentley as Frank Biela, Marco Werner, and Philip Peter each claimed their first Sebring win. Corvette proved that their 2002 victory was no fluke, but instead the start of a winning streak of their own, as Johnny O'Connell and Ron Fellows took a 2nd straight win, this time teamed with Frank Freon. there's a look at Central Florida, some of the lakes around the Sebring area. It is known for its orange groves and its great weather, and that's exactly what we have had this week here at Sebring International Raceway. It's been great for the competitors, the cars, and certainly the fans. And there is a look at the number 44 Flying Lizard entry running in the GTC category. Brett Sandberg behind the wheel. The 44 was up in second not long ago, and it was a Flying Lizard 1-2 in the GTC category. The last time Flying Lizard won here at Sebring was 2008. Wolf Hensler, Jörg Bergmeister, and Mark Lieb shared the car that day in 2008 when they won. And now with Flying Lizard moving to GTC, they'd like to move into the record books as winning in that class as well. And Spencer Pompelli leading the class in the 45, and there he flashes through turn 17. The Falcon tire Porsche right behind him. And we're used to seeing those cars run together in years past in the same class, but this year, as we've talked about, GTC for Flying Lizard. Oh, and Pompelli.
You know, what a brilliant shot that was, though, coming down the straightaway where you can really compare the width of each vehicle and just kind of the profile of them.
Yeah, as Calvin likes to say, Chris Neville is more like a GTC car, very thin, skinny, and I have hips more like the GT Porsche.
Actually, I think Chris would say it's more like the transporter that bought the GT car. No, but it's great to see those cars. They really, you know, just what Porsche do for worldwide motorsports, and to have them represented in two categories here is great.
Oh, and the leader in the Prototype Challenge category is now in the pits, and they're going to change the nose. Don't know if there was damage up front. I mean, there's not a lot of aerodynamic devices on the nose of the car, so I've got to think that there must have been some type of damage. But that team having a good run. Kyle Marcelli putting on a show. Stefan Johansson also doing a good job in that car. Could be for the lights as well, but if they didn't have the lights working, they needed to get that job done before we get into darkness. Marcelli, Chris Cumming, Stefan Johansson, and for Chris Cumming, this is a new experience. A experienced sedan driver has driven Porsches and GT Challenge and GT.
And Brian, what a strong team. You know, Stefan Johansson and Kyle Marcelli. Those two are extremely strong drivers.
And a good team. Brian Alder at Bar 1, you know, did a lot of work with the fields over the years, and he and Chapman Ducote had kind of built this program. And Brian Alder, you see that 6 car in the penalty box as the 8 heads back out. He and Brian Alder have done a good job in building this, and now it's Brian Alder's program, and he continues to put good cars under his drivers. The 500 on pit road. Sounds strange to say 500. It's a big number. David Heinemeier Hansen crawls in.
I am astounded by this. I'm Paul Walters, race director. I am merely a leaf on his intellectual tree. He is extraordinary, and the calls his races, you say, Johnny, have been consistent, but we must not reward idiocy. What happens is we do not want to create a culture where the car being overtaken does not have to pay attention to what's going on behind him. The Muscle Milk car did not just drop out of the sky. It was catching him since turn 17, if not before. And Ed Brown was not paying attention, and he closed the door. And Paul, you're spot on, but you didn't quite work for me, that one. Am I annoyed? Does anyone see?
No, you know what? And you're right, because you know what? There has to be, you know, some choreography and some understanding of what's going on. I mean, you know what? When I was driving for Corvette, they were great about spotting, letting you know who was coming up. And obviously the other teams aren't doing that because, you know, in all of these instances, could they have been avoided? Yes. But, you know, again, you know, Paul is just maintaining his consistency, but I do think they need to look at it because you are right, Justin. I'm not going to argue that there is some responsibility on the person being overtaken.
Sports car racing has this beautiful ebb and flow. It's got a yin and yang to it, and when it goes well and because of people like Paul, we get this great synergy in the racing. You know how to let someone by. You back off for a quarter of a second. Boom, they go by in front of you. You've not lost any time. They've not lost any time. It is mutual respect. And right now, there's none of that.
And go back to the one with the 3 car at the beginning of the race. The PC cars at the start of a race so often hold up the GT cars, and they should just get out of the way. It really does cause issues.
The 500 back on track. I'll let you guys continue to talk about this later. The 500 back on track, and so is Klaus Graf. The radio almost melting as he sat in the pit box. As the report from down in the pits, the guys listening on the scanners were certainly getting an earful, but this is where Klaus has to take that anger and set it back and go drive the race car, because it'll get you in trouble.
Well, and he brings it into pit lane again, and you know, again, see, why is this happening? Well, you know, that's the way Klaus always drives, and what's going to be difficult for these drivers, the experienced pros who are used to being aggressive and sticking it in there hard, you know, to make that overtaking maneuver, they are having to adjust and be patient, and that's when you have issues.
Klaus Graf bringing the car in. It should be a routine stop.
Well, it's also going to be a driver change on this stop. We're going to see Lucas Lord get back behind the wheel. They're going to do 4 tires. They're also going to put a new nose on the car, because obviously the contact out there has hurt the right side, the right front corner. We can see the dive planes that are just ripped off that right front corner. Some of the body work ripped away too. So this car not up to snuff, not as quick as it was just a little while ago when it was running third on the racetrack, the fastest petrol car out there, and filling out the podium in that spot. You know, they haven't had the speed of the Audis all week long, but at least they've been right there with the other petrol cars, the Rebellion cars, trying to win that today. But with these last 2 penalties, Klaus Graf definitely sliding down the order. He's finally gotten Lucas Lord buckled into the car, and he's going to make his way over the wall. He was not happy on the radio. He just came over the wall. He threw his hand up in the air. He's going to start taking his helmet off, and we're going to get with him here in a minute. But I was listening on the radio when he came in to the penalty box, and he was just livid, just telling the team that he didn't feel that any of these penalties were really his fault. He's just out there racing hard. He's trying to take it to the Audis, take it to the Rebellions, and with all this traffic out there, Klaus finally has his helmet off here, and we're gonna get with him here. Hey, Klaus. I was listening to you on the radio there, and obviously you're not happy about these penalties.
This is not fair. I mean, we race here. I mean, the guy from behind always gets the penalty, or how does this work? I mean, that's not fair in my mind. If I'm next to a guy, the guy needs to pay attention and let me go through. This is not fair racing like this. This is a joke to me.
You were having problems earlier in the day, but you guys have fought back. You were in third there. You were finally in front of the Rebellion cars, and then in this last hour, things have just kind of fallen apart.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a lot of racing left. We'll come back, but I'm not feeling treated fair at the moment, to be honest.
Not happy, but as he said, we've got a lot of racing to go, and they're going to hope to get that car back up in a podium position.
Yeah, they now dropped a lap to Nick Heidfeld in the number 12 Rebellion. The Audi's out in front by about 5 laps over the number 6 right now, 4 over the Heidfeld. So right now they've got a long way to go to try to find their way back. Go to speed2.com to watch exclusive motorcycle racing on demand. Watch full races of Monster Energy Supercross, as well as your favorite series, such as Isle of Man, Bike Road Racing, FIM World Motocross, and FIM Trial World Championship. Go to speed2.com for more info. We'll be back to more from Sebring International Raceway in the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Plenty of stories yet to tell. throughout the 2012 American Le Mans Series season, GT was intense, and it is intense here at Sebring. Look at this. This is the battle for the GT lead. It's the number 4 Corvette of Richard Westbrook, and in hot pursuit right behind him, the number 91 Viper. Mark Goossens behind the wheel as Lucas Luhr flashes through with the brand new nose on that number 6 HPD P1 entry from Muscle Milk. But these guys have been at it all day long in GT, and it's going to continue all the way to the checkered flag. This is horsepower versus horsepower, big thumping American car muscle.
Well, you know what, and one thing that Corvette showed was that the team aspect of this, because remember on the last caution, they came in fourth and they went out first. So that it was the team, better pit stop, got them in the lead, but Mark Goossens has been flying. He is doing an amazing job in that Viper.
Goossens just a little loose under braking. It closed up because of this incident just a little while ago. Take a look at this.
Westbrook really deep in there, light. Well, hard to say whether there was contact there or not. Maybe a little bit of contact.
Breaking into turn 10. Let's see. Yep.
Oh yeah, set him around.
So
you're waiting for me to comment. I'll tell you, you know what? No, I don't do that. But you know what? Based on the way they've been playing, you've got to do it. You got to bring the Corvette in.
Bill Sweedler gets turned around in the 23 from Alex Joe.
And you know what? Here's the thing. Goossens will be getting that information on his radio. Don't race the Corvette too hard. There's a good chance they're going to have a stop in 60.
Yep, we can pick up the lead when he has to come to pit lane. You see the prototype challenge car in between the two of them now. That's the Core Autosport 05. And I'm sure, like you said, Bill Riley running that team, the SRT team, it's his team. And he knows what's been happening all day long, and he'll be aware of it. And there's no reason to race on the racetrack if you can change positions in pit lane. The 05 working his way through. That's Mark Wilkins in the orange and white prototype. Just in front of them, you see the 007. I believe it's the 007 Aston Martin.
I mean, you know, I'm one of them people from over there, so I do like those European cars. But my racing career, really, my passion is in American muscle. And as an American car fan out there, racing fan must be overjoyed about this, because they are really going at it under the stewardship of Ralph Gilles and Beth Peretta. They should be very proud. I don't think they thought they would be doing this today.
Now, you know, I talked to Bill Riley, though, and I said, what would you improve if you wanted to get a competition adjustment? What would you ask for? And he said, you know, I don't think I would ask for anything. It's up to us now to make it go quicker. I said, what's the strong suit? He said, the engine. It's reliable. We're not stressing it very much. In fact, it turns fewer RPM in race trim than it does on the street. That's good. The weak link, we don't know yet. We haven't raced it enough. So they're very happy with this car.
Well, and it's looking so stout, you know, right out there now. And when you said they don't turn it very fast, they are turning that motor 5,400 RPM.
See the rear view mirror
right,
on the Corvette?
He's there.
That screen in the middle has radar on it, Johnny, and I mean, you're familiar with how that works. You saw the faster prototype get picked up with an arrow. You can look back now and you can see a little chevron in the back, and the closer the car gets, the larger the chevron gets until it turns red. And not only is it great, obviously,
there was a blue flag and I was alongside.
not only is it great under
I
clean
seen
conditions,
it. You were definitely alongside.
in the rain, it is absolutely phenomenal. You can hear Westbrook talking about the penalty, and Westbrook saying, hey, well, there was a blue flag. They were telling them to let me go, so I went in, so I shouldn't get a penalty, so let them know that there was a blue flag. He hasn't been given a penalty yet, but based upon the things that we've seen today, will he be getting one?
You know, a fabulous, oh, look at that right there. Here comes the radar. And you know what, one thing where this might work very interestingly is when you get one of those switchback maneuvers. You know, when you dummy the guy one way, that arrow will go one side and then flick the other. I wonder if it says sorry somewhere in the middle.
And what's so great about this system, is it valuable here? Yes, but you also have a spotter here on the radio watching the deal, you know, watching their screens. But when you get Le Mans, you don't have a spotter. Right there, you see that rush. And what's really cool about this, I have some history with this because we actually tested this on the Cadillac back in November, a couple months later, and then you have this amazing system here.
And does it tell you when you have to put a quarter in when you're about out of time? Do you have to add more? Will it tell you that?
A whole lot more than a quarter.
Yeah, exactly. Richard Westbrook continues to lead in GT. It remains to be seen if he'll have to pay a price for the contact with the 23. We'll have that answer when we come back to Sebring.
Penalty box, car 4, stop plus 60, avoidable contact. Car 4, stop plus 60.
Back at Sebring, Bill Sweedler had contact with the number 4 Corvette a few laps ago, and that was not good news, but this is much, much worse news, I should say. He's moved the wall on the impact. Turn 14, I believe, is what you said.
And
Johnny.
You are so fast through there. You are, that is in flat and fifth, and in that area where you hit the wall, you are selecting 6th gear. And the thing that you wonder is, did that contact, hurt a tire? Did he cut a tire through that area? We have not seen yet, but I can just tell you, that is one of the fastest parts on the racetrack. Well, awful place to hit.
And the contact was to the right rear. You know what?
If there's no one behind him, that's a tire. Or something failed.
Oh, something failed. I can't say that it was a tire, but something failed right in the middle of that corner, and that's where the impact was. And you can't help but wonder, because once again, the contact was to the right rear, and something on the right failed. That's why the car snapped so quickly. So Bill Sweedler, big impact. He is out of the car. That is good news. Talking to the safety officials, he's looking over what's left of that Ferrari. They will take him to medical. Looks like the fire bottle may have gone off as well. You see the white powder that's on his suit.
He is angry, and he's checking out his car because he doesn't know what happened.
His car's going to have to go to triage, though, if he goes to medical. That car was so pretty. Townsend Bell was just saying all week what a joy it is and how well Bill's been doing. This is the tap from earlier.
And it wouldn't be uncommon for a little cut to then turn into something that was major, and it happens on the right rear.
Right rear. Yep. And you know what? Whether, you know, it was a tire could have failed, or he could have, you know, damaged the toe link, anything. But so you are hauling.
On board again.
And brakes. Boom. We've all felt that, and I got to tell you, that's not Forza. You know that when you have a big one like that, you have no idea how much pain that puts in your body. But also, go back to pre-Hans days. Okay, you know, you might not make it out of that one, and certainly, I mean, I think all three of us have been steering wheels before, but that was that's what we call a big one.
Great to see Bill Sweedler out of the car. Obviously not happy, but good to see him climb out under his own power and walking. He will have a trip to medical, and they will check him over, but you see him shaking his head saying, I cannot believe it. And of course the problem is, like you said, Johnny, he may not even know what have happened. It happened so quickly. So he'll climb into emergency 1, the Porsche Cayenne, and we'll take another break. And as we do, we'll look at some more history from the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
In 2004, the American Le Mans Series debuted 4 new classes at the Sebring 12 Hour, but the winner had a familiar look. For the 5th straight year, an Audi R8 claimed the top prize. This time, though, it was a battle of privateers as Audi Sport UK beat out champion Audi of the United States as R8 swept the top 3 podium positions once again.
Ferrari 458 that was brand new to Alex Job Racing, being hauled away on the flatbed. The Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring continues live on speed, and for Bill Sweedler, the impact over at turn 14 was huge, enough to move the wall and certainly destroy the tire barrier. So the yellow, the full course caution, will be a lengthy one while they make repairs to that wall and get the tire barrier back up where it needs to be. And meanwhile, safety car has gathered up the field and the pit lane is open for prototypes. Both P1 and P2 cars, LMP Challenge cars, can come to pit road, and they are electing to do so. The number 1 Audi, Marcel Fässler behind the wheel, is in, and he is on the marks.
Marcel Fässler actually got out of the marks just a little bit here. He's a little bit closer to the wall on the right-hand side of the car than he has been most of the day. You can't even see the tape on the ground from where he's covering it up. If you look behind him, Alan McNish perfectly in the box. So it's a little bit tight for the number 1 crew. Fässler will stay in the car. Gave him a fresh drink bottle. He's getting 4 new Michelin tires. The sunset, the track conditions changes, and it's faster just to take on all new tires than it is to adjust the pressures individually. The team, though, not taking any chances. They are going to go ahead and start taping up some of this floor to the under tray of the car just to make sure it's not bouncing so that it doesn't rub off, and that they'll pass tech and they'll have the maximum width that they can have left on the bottom of that car. The number 2 already back out. Number 1 not taking any chances.
Well, they put that Bear Bond on, which is like mega duct tape. And they're going to see if that will hold it on. It'll be interesting to see if it has the strength to do so with the speed at which this car goes down the straightaway and the aerodynamic forces that are on it. So they're trying to do what they can do to get that taken care of. And this is the time to do it. They needed that caution. You and I were talking in a break, and I said, you know, they're going to have to fix that at some point in time. And Johnny, you said they're waiting for a full course caution. They have it right now.
And it was the right time to do it. You know, you throw that bear bond, which interestingly enough was invented by one of the Corvette crew members in about 2003, 2004. He came up with the idea. Big thing of duct tape, super sticky. That's it.
Yeah, it is amazing stuff. Now, Fässler back underway. Did you run with him? When we first saw him in the American Le Mans Series, we saw him in a Corvette. We've seen him with Audi once before, but
2000, I want to say it was 2009. He and I had a great battle at Le Mans that year, and our stints coincided. But just, you know what? One of the nicest guys in the world, and his career with Corvette would have continued on. He would have been the third guy, and you never know how things are going to go. But then Audi called, and away he went. So, and obviously with the success that he's had, you know, obviously a great move for him.
Back underway. It's going to take a while to get this cleaned up, and one of the things that these prototypes with the large front tires struggle with is pickup. Now, the tires on this car brand new, so they're not hot. They're not going to get that pickup, but it'll be interesting to see when we restart if they'll have the temperature and pressure. Now the pit lane will be open for the GT class cars, GT and GT Challenge. You see the safety car with the field behind it. Most of the prototypes took that opportunity to come to pit lane.
Well, and let's remember that number 4 car right there has not served its stop and hold for 60, and they're not going to be able to do that until the track goes green. So they'll need a good stop, get out in front of everybody, but once that track goes green, they're probably going to have to stop within a lap or two, stop and hold for 60.
Pretending that wasn't going to happen, just talking about pit stops, we're talking with Beth Preda before the race on the grid, and as she was saying, you know, what happens in a race program is Corvette have been able to, over the time, they know they got the car sorted. They can work on the synchronicity of the timing of the pit stops and what everyone does. Viper, they're just working on trying to get the car going. They haven't even got around to really analyzing in the same in-depth way that Corvette have on the time and motion studies on their pit stop between the mechanics, like they do in NASCAR. So, man for man, second for second, the money would be on Corvette in a drop-dead rush in the pit lane.
In pit lane, yes, but I got to tell you that Viper's been looking really good on the racetrack. And to bring up one thing, and Justin, you can verify this. You know, my very first race with Corvette was 2001, the 24 Hours of Daytona, and program manager Doug Feehan said, I've got 3 things for you. These are my rules. Don't hit anybody, don't break anything, and stay on the racetrack. And if you do that, good things happen. And we see what Viper's doing right now. They aren't hitting anything, they're not breaking anything, and they're staying on the racetrack.
GT cars coming for their pit stops. We talk about the athleticism of the drivers, and you talk about how important the pit stops are. And the crew members, take a look at this Audi pit stop. Talk about athleticism. Check that out. Never missed a beat. He looked like a running back leaping over a lineman in the NFL. GT cars are in, and the Viper is to his marks.
Yeah, well, this Viper pit stop seems to be going absolutely to plan. Just pulled a tear off from the front windscreen, so they've got an absolutely clean front windscreen now. Just strapping a driver on board, and now the tyres are going on, and let's go to Chris.
Well, Andrew, the 4 car in, leading GT right now, but once we go back to green, this car will have to come back to pit lane with Ellie Gavin behind the wheel at that point in time to serve that stop plus 60. It's going to be interesting to see, are the Corvette guys still going to try to do that lightning fast pit stop they're known for? Are they going to take an extra beat here because maybe they don't need that track position because they're going to come back to pit lane? But no, this team, they are just flying with this pit stop. Fuel, tires, typically tires done with this team in about 8 seconds. And once again, I'm going to jump behind the wall now and see if I can get Richard Westbrook, who still has his helmet on. But this team, you know, they have fought back from a lap and a half down when they had that electrical issue underneath the dash. And they had to cut the wire on that electrical issue. And really, essentially what it does is a little bit of driver data that the drivers aren't able to see that is pertains to the traction control system. So no real performance issue with this car since they've cut that wire. But Richard Westbrook now has his helmet off. And Richard, you guys have been fighting back all day, a lap and a half down. You finally get the lead, but then that penalty. How gutted were you when you got that penalty?
Which penalty? Did I just get a penalty?
The car's going to have to come back in for a stop plus 60.
Why? What for?
For the contact with the 23 car.
Wow, that's just ridiculous. I mean, Paul's got to have a chat with himself in the race control because he's killing the racing. The guy actually waved me through. I was fully alongside him, and he turned in on me. I mean, what more can I do? There was blue flags waved. I can't do anything else, and he gives me a stop and go for that. He needs to have a chat with himself because he's killing the racing out there, and that was not my fault.
Well, obviously, Richard Westbrook not happy about that penalty. The team hadn't even told him yet. Andrew?
Well, there's a problem down here with the Viper. They've changed the front, I would call it bonnet, of course, in English, but you know what I mean. And they've put another one on, but now they're racer taping that down. So obviously that bonnet is not fitting very well. And they've been here all a couple of minutes now trying to sort this out. And now it's got all the racer tape that's all got tangled up in itself. But finally they're getting this on. They've done the one side. I guess they're going to do the other. And we got you can hear the roar of the V10 as it goes away, but that cost them, well, luckily it was under the caution, but obviously cost them a little bit of time.
Well, it's like you said, luckily it was under caution, so they'll get back out and they'll try to charge back to the front. That's the time to do it, especially when you know that the 4 car is going to have to serve a penalty. Field streaming back out, it'll get gathered back up, and the safety workers have done a marvelous job with repairing the wall over in turn 14. I would expect we'll be back to green flag racing before long here at the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And when we do, we'll bring it to you right here live on Speed. I think the only way traffic has moved is into Sebring International Raceway since the beginning. The Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, it always attracts a massive fan base, and it certainly has this year in 2013. Joining us in the booth, along with Johnny O'Connell and Justin Bell, President and CEO of the American Le Mans Series, Mr. Scott Atherton. Scott, always good to have you in the booth. You're getting to be a pro at this. You immediately picked up your headset and started adjusting things.
Yeah, you pick up a few things watching the pros here.
Now, I want to know how you did this weather, knowing that it was the final American Le Mans Series event at Sebring, not the final Sebring by any stretch of the imagination, but you got the Chamber of Commerce working with you in the weather department.
Well, it was about 7 days ago when you first see the 7-day forecast, and they called for Saturday to be 80 with 0% chance of rain. I called the general manager here, Trey Stevenson, and I said, oh, wow, what a fantastic weather report. And he goes, well, it's just what I ordered. So I'll give him credit.
Well, you know, and Trey does do an amazing job. I've known him. He's managed this track and Road Atlanta during petite time, so he knows what he's doing when it comes to endurance racing.
I mean, I tell you, I just happened to be out on the track where that accident occurred, and watching his crew put this track back in order with the tires coming over the wall and the wall put back into place. I mean, it was a ballet.
They just got from there to here in that time. Well done.
Yeah, they got it done quickly. Now, while we're still under full course caution, it gives us a chance to talk about the future. We said the last American Le Mans Series event here, but for sports car fans out there, they're very well aware of the merger that happened back in 2012 and how it will come together in 2014, but they may not be aware of all the details that go with it. I've been so impressed with how the IMSA and ALMS staff has worked with the Rolex Sports Car Series staff, and Scott Elkins in particular, and how they're melding all of this together. The reveal the other day gave us the new moniker for the series, and really, I think, continues to give everybody hope as to what the future will be.
Well, you hit the example with Scott Elkins. He has a peer on the Grand Am side, Richard Buck. I've been working stitched at the hip with Ed Bennett. David Pettit is on the marketing side, Ed Triolo on ALMS. Between all of us, we're literally working hand in hand, side by side. It's a genuine cooperation. I'm not exaggerating. Most people think, you know, come on, tell me the truth. How's it really going? That's how it's really going. And you're right. United Sports Car Racing will be back here. This will be round number 2 in 2014, coming out of the 24 Hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24. So it's spectacular schedule. That's the next thing to come. We've got 2 down, 2 to go.
Well, the American Le Mans Series, the tagline has been there for a long time for the fans. We've kind of moved it over and replaced it with some others, but it always has been for the fans. And I think the people at home would be interested to know just where the name came from.
Great question. And we did have a fan contest that was all about naming the future. That was the name of the sweepstakes we did. And there was one of the applicants that put in the name United Sports Car Racing. And this was part of many names that were considered, and you know, we vetted them all, as well as logos and color palettes and all the details that go with it. And in the end, it was the unanimous choice by many, many. We had a SME agency out of New York City that helped us in this process, and I'm very pleased with the results.
Well, it just continues to show that fan support and their ideas and their thoughts and their opinions are listened to.
Absolutely, yeah. But what was amazing was the amount of feedback we got. It was well beyond anything we expected. I think the other good news coming out of Thursday, in addition to the United Sports Car, the brand, the logo, was the news that IMSA continues as the sole sanctioning body for all of our racing activities. And where some may think that that's, you know, not well received by folks affiliated with Grand Am, it's actually the opposite. Many of them had the suggestion, let's take it all to IMSA.
Well, I think the other relationship that is important is the ongoing ACO relationship.
We were able to announce that yesterday, and again, I think there's some people always trying to describe the glass as half empty, and many thought that the merger would mean the end of our link to ACO and to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and in fact, it's the opposite. We've actually bolstered that relationship, and it's stronger than ever.
Well, thanks for joining us, Scott. We're about to go back to green, and I know it's going to get exciting. You're welcome to stay here and watching you here. Green, 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 and look at the stack up there in 17. Looks like a couple of cars not being able to get on the throttle in time, and we are back racing, and there is a gaggle of prototypes heading down into turn 1.
And McNish getting to the front there. Very critical, because once he gets to the lead, he can throw down 4 or 5 laps with no traffic, try to open up a little bit of a gap to Fässler.
Well, and the other thing that's critical, we talked earlier about the large tires on the prototypes up front. The Audis have them, the Rebellions have them. It takes a while to get temperature, and as the sun begins to set, the ambient temperature is coming down. So as the track temperature, it's getting to be that time of day where you've got to make decisions on what compound tire you're going to be running.
They're not quite in synchro though. The track temperature, the ambient, because of, especially on the old concrete here, it holds the temperature for longer than a normal traditional track would do. So we tend to find the track retains grip a little longer than the ambient. But certainly out front for McNish, that is rare clean air. Lucas Luhr going through there on the inside, very nice. That was an example of wonderful cooperation between two cars.
I was just going to say, two professionals working together, being completely aware where the other is, and understanding that we've still got 3 hours and 52 minutes left to do battle.
And Lucas Luhr very well aware of the problems that Klaus Graf has had twice today and does not want him to fall or go afoul of the rules again, I should say. So he was going to make sure he was nice and clean as he worked past Frankie Chang in the number 13 from Rebellion.
Well, I guarantee, Brian, also, every team manager is going to their drivers before they get in the car and saying, hey, listen, no contact. If you're going to, make your move, make it clean, but we can't have any contact because that 60 seconds sitting in the pits is going to murder us.
And we just saw there the intense glare off the windscreen on the Audi there with number 1 with Marcel Fässler at the wheel. And great thing is they just had a pit stop under yellow, so they probably pulled off the old tear off, so they have the cleanest windshield that they can. Is it windscreen or windshield in your place? I don't know. It's windshield?
Windshield's fine.
It's a windshield in America. It's a windscreen. And
that's important, but that light starts to get very blind. But remember, this isn't World Rally. We know where the track goes every time, so they're very familiar with this track. And it's just very hard. As we head down into the hairpin now, the same thing. Very difficult for an overtaking maneuver. That's where even more respect is going to have to be shown.
The sun will continue to drop a little bit lower and a little bit lower.
Just a great battle here again. You see Fässler getting by, and now he's got clear sailing to try to run down McNish. And one of the cool things, you know what? These drivers, there's the 4 car, serving its 60-second penalty for the contact with a 23 Sweedler. This is killing them. A lot of frustration there.
And that's that 60 seconds. It seems like 5 minutes to the driver as he sits there. Also saw the drink tube. You'll work on getting that back into the drink bottle. You see the dash that we've talked about, sitting in first gear, waiting.
I actually had a 5-minute stop and go once.
We know you did.
Yeah.
All right, well, while they wait to get back on track and serve their penalty tonight, the superstars of Supercross battle it out at Indy. And a win here takes the victor one step closer to the title. Get down and dirty with Monster Energy Supercross from Indianapolis tonight, 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed. The penalty continuing to be served by the number 4 Corvette. We'll come back to Sebring right after this.
About 35 minutes from sunset here at Sebring International Raceways. We welcome you back to Speed's live coverage of the 61st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. I'm Bob Varsha with Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader. We're watching the battle in GTC for the class lead. Sean Edwards and Nelson Canache.
Canache fresh off his GX class victory at the Daytona 24-hour race. Great to see the Flying Lizard team competing in this category for this year. And I believe Sean Edwards has just taken the lead, so got a little bit more experience than his competitor right behind him, but Nelson seems to be hanging right in there. Here we go. This is exiting turn one, it looks like. Just drops a wheel there, and Edwards pounces down the inside. Nice, clean pass.
Yeah, nothing, no defense against that. He dropped those wheels off, knew he was sitting duck, and just let it happen. That's the right thing to do, particularly this time of night. Racetrack's a bit slippery right now, but it's going to gain grip as the sun goes down. Right now, it's hard to see.
Yeah, those temperatures are going to drop. The engines are going to perform a little bit better. Track temperature will come down, and you may see some of these classes, not the challenge classes, but the other classes, change to some softer tire compounds for the evening hours.
The light is just gorgeous at this time of day for television cameras, but boy, is it a challenge to the drivers in these cars as they turn right here onto that west-facing back straightaway.
You go 45 minutes to an hour and you really can't see anything. You're putting your hands up in front of your visor. Sometimes you got tape on your windscreen or whatever, but I mean, it doesn't make any difference. You're going 4 times a lap, smack into the Florida sun.
You can see it right there, shining across the tops of these cars. See the shadows there. They call it Sunset Bend for a reason, turn 17. It's a tricky enough corner at the best of times, let alone right now when you can't see anything. Maybe it's better, though. You can't see the bumps.
Well, half the time I did it with my eyes closed. So
That's right.
It didn't make any difference.
That bridges the paddock entrance here at Sebring.
We come to another unbelievably difficult fast corner. 2 of the most difficult fast corners, I believe, in all of motorsports, Dorsey. This one being blind, bumpy as well, and 17, though, is something else.
Well, I mean, for the prototypes, I mean, that corner is, turn 1 is over 3 Gs, 3.5 Gs. You can't see around it because of that concrete wall till you're inside. You don't really get a good visibility until you almost are in the brake zone for 3.
That's what makes it tough. You know, it's just totally blind going through. You got to hit your marks and just trust where you are.
The Aston Martin in the GT class, Stefan Muka, Aston Martin factory driver, working his way among the GTC cars, getting them on the brakes. Didn't seem to have much of an advantage in straight line speed, but he's through now. He'll leave the battle for the GTC class lead to Edwards and Canache. We'll be back live to Sebring.
We're back at the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, where there is just over 3.5 hours of racing still to unfold. But unfortunately for the IMSA family, they are one man short here this weekend. Ron Sharp, who has been with IMSA since virtually the beginning, is at home recovering from throat cancer. But because it is such a family atmosphere, IMSA went ahead and made sure that he was here in spirit, and they have this cardboard cutout of him. So Ron, I know you're at home watching. There's still a lot of good racing, and we wish you well.
Ron Sharp, a guy I've known for my entire life. I've raced with him. He was the very first car I ever ran into, not on purpose. Sorry, Ron.
That is a distinction to take with you through life. Now let's get back down to the pit lane and Andrew Marriott.
Wolfgang, your cars are running almost nose to tail again. We have to ask you, are there any team orders, or are you allowing them just to race each other?
They're racing. I mean, that's what we always do. And I mean, you have seen that we let them race from the very beginning. They have been always very close together. And until now, we have no technical issues. I'm happy about that. And I hope we can continue like that.
What was the situation where the undertray seemed to be flapping a bit?
Yeah, I think the car was driving over something, and it broke a little bit on bodywork and on the right side underfloor, but they could fix it at the pit stop.
Last night you made a very good presentation about all the successes that Audi have had here and the new technology. It looks as if you might write another chapter here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if we could do our last race at present, and the very first one with a hybrid car in the United States, if we could end up with a victory. But it's still some hours to go.
Can we expect to see Audi R8s racing at Sebring next year with the new United Series? Would you like Audi R8s to race here?
I think if it works out, why not? I mean, it would be nice if they could be a part of the series.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang.
Thank you.
Well, you talk about the racing resume of the Audis here at Sebring, over at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. A lot of it goes directly back to that man, Dr. Wolfgang Ullrich, who has had quite a career with Audi.
Boy, they have just been a juggernaut in this prototype division for the last decade or more. And as Andrew said, they could rewrite another chapter of their Sebring history book here this weekend. Just phenomenal success, bringing new technologies and immediately succeeding against the toughest of competition. Obviously this year with the petrol-powered cars, it was going to be a slightly easier task, but even so, this racetrack is enough of a challenge without the competition even though he says there's some hours to go and everybody knew coming in that Audi had this well in hand. When he says that, he's being sincere. There are hours to go and anything can, and it does happen in this sport.
Shadow's growing long, many of the corners already completely enveloped in shadow. There's the long back straightaway into the most aptly named corner in all of motorsports, Sunset Bend here at Sebring. Some of the prettiest sunsets you'll ever see. Ours is coming, and then we'll race into the night.
In 2005, an American entry from champion Audi gave the R8 a 6th consecutive win in what would be the kickoff to the R8's farewell tour of the American Le Mans Series. Marco Werner and J.J. Lehto claimed their 2nd wins, while Tom Christensen grabbed his 3rd. Aston Martin Racing entered the scene in GT1 and ended Corvette's 3-year win streak in class after Johnny O'Connell went for a wild ride after a brake disc exploded. And Darren Turner, David Brabham, and Stefan Ortelli each won a Sebring class for the first time.
Okay guys, the steering is heavily to the right. When I was turning into turn 1, the car first wanted to go to the right before I turned to the left. Really, really weird. It went worse lap by lap. Approaching turn 1, from the wall I got sucked to the right side here.
We're back live with Speed's live coverage of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. You see the 56 BMW Z4 that led the GT class at one point, but the car was brought to the pit lane with a left front problem, and it looks like there's a broken suspension.
Yeah, look at the spring right there. It's all part of the top. The top part of the strut, it's come completely loose. This whole area here should be straight.
Jamie Howe is there.
John Edwards will sit in the car while the work is done. He came onto the radio very calmly, just like he'd been doing this forever, saying that he felt it break, brought the car in, the crew filled it, they put it up on the jacks, taking their time to get this sorted. Don't want to lose any time by making any mistakes at this point in the race. I believe it actually might be Dirk Mueller that's in the car right now. But nonetheless, the team going to finish up this work on pit lane. You see the crew led by Jim Prescott getting to work right now. They're not 100% familiar with this car. They haven't had it that long, but they did go to Germany and build these cars from the ground up so that the time will be compressed when they came into the States. Still learning this car, but they are going to be sitting on pit lane for a while.
So they may be able to change that strut relatively quickly, but the irony is they would prefer to run a double A-arm front suspension, and they actually built these chassis with the ability to switch over to that. They're looking for a homologation from the ACO to be able to do that, but obviously around these bumps here at Sebring has created a problem.
It's what I said at the beginning of the show, how this absolutely beats the drive line to death. That looked like a broken strut, really, is what happened. The strut tower was still intact. They took it off from there, but the strut rod was bent. So
maybe a relatively quick fix.
Yeah, you know, being that part, it could take off and put a new one on and be all right. But boy, it shows you how rough it is around this racetrack.
We did have the top 6 cars in GT all on the same lap. I'm assuming it will drop to 5 as long as the 56 sits where it is.
Just got to keep working hard and stay in the game. That's where the experience came. They got that stop and hold penalty for something that happened during their pit stop. I understand it's a water bottle infraction during refueling, which I don't quite understand, because I believe that was acceptable for a driver race to be assisted during a stop. So I have clarification on why they got that penalty a couple of hours ago, but here we go. He's got to try and keep digging deep and try and score points here today.
Would you like to do this with like 3 other cars around? You're turning in turn 17 at 160 miles an hour with cars all around you.
Whoops, I saw brake lights flash on the car about a car length ahead of me at 160 miles an hour.
I grabbed my motorhome from Miami.
Jonathan Bomarito behind the wheel of the second of the Vipers. They had some drama shearing the rear wheel studs on the left corner earlier in this race. Otherwise, they could have been really a factor. Bomarito has been doing a tremendous job for this SRT team.
That's another track attributed failure, I would say, with wheel studs snapping.
This action taking place about 14 seconds behind the class leader, Matteo Malicelli, in the Ferrari from Risi Competizione.
Maxime Martin doing a brilliant job on debut for RLL here today, and closely followed by Brian Sellers. The Falcon Porsche's been quick here today. This is a little bit of a surprise looking at their testing pace, doing a great job.
Yeah, they've been a stealth car in class, just hanging around, not doing a lot of leading, but right there, which is what you want to do all the way to the end when you can attack for your shot at winning the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Good job, Brian. Keep it up. Time behind, not a factor.
Back live at the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring, the 61st edition. Ride along with pole sitter Marcel Fässler in the Audi e-tron Quattro, the first diesel hybrid ever to race here in the 12 Hours, looking for the 11th overall victory in 14 tries for the Audi Sport team.
Gap to the leader, Alan McNish, now is just over 4 seconds, and both guys running 47s, 48s. This will be a fascinating battle the rest of the way. As Dr. Ulrich said, we're going to allow these guys to race and race hard, but you know that the hammer's going to come down on one of these drivers if they do make a mistake when they're running in close quarters to one another.
You know, but with no real competition, their reason for being here is to learn for Le Mans. So to run the two cars as hard as they can be run against one another and have the teams actually fight each other is the best.
Great point. You want the victory, but you also want to test these cars and run them hard. And with no other competition in terms of the pace that these cars have, you got to force it upon one another.
Now, while we were in break, Brian Sellers in the number 17 Falcon Tire Porsche got by the 55 BMW Maxime Martin for second place in GT. Here's how the pass was made into that blinding sun on the Ullman Straight.
Well, he sets him up here. They go side by side, deep on the brakes all the way down through 17. And then it's going to be all about getting on the power early coming off here. There you see a big bump that Maxime Martin hits by tucking it in. Doesn't get the exit speed. And then Sellers pounces, gets on the power. Jonathan Bomarito is several laps down in close quarters. They both go by the BMW. So BMW's doing a brilliant job here on debut with the Z4, but still seems to be a little bit down on straightaway speed, as you could see right there.
That's the problem with taking that second apex of turn 17 under the bridge really tight. There's a monster bump there. And although it gives you the inside line, it usually sends you in the air. And then by the time you land, you've lost all the momentum that you tried to have.
Yeah, it's probably a big moment for Maxime, and he handled it nicely, but lost a lot of speed coming off the corners. This is the first time he's raced here, of course. They did do a couple of days of testing here about a month ago, tried to do a 12-hour simulation, which they got about 10.5 hours with some track stoppages, so it was valuable track time for both the drivers and the new car.
One of the most famous vistas in racing is the starlight of the headlights coming down the front straightaway at sunset here at Sebring. Here's our P2 class leader, Marino Franchitti, in the Level 5 Motorsports machine, followed by his team owner, Scott Tucker, second in class, the number 552 car.
And his teammate, because Scott Tucker's driving both cars here today, so good point.
55 in. I was wondering about that sparking we saw. We already saw Dirk Mueller bring the other car in with a suspension issue at the front.
If they're going to double check the suspension, Jamie's there on the spot. Let's see what's going on.
It looked like it was going to be a fuel-only stop, but now they have taken the hood off. They are looking at the suspension. Actually, they're putting in some oil on the right front suspension. So he is going to stay in the car. Maxime Martin, he does have fuel. So as soon as they finish this service, they'll just send him back out.
You got to assume they're looking at the same failure that the other car had. You know, they're looking to see if the same thing's going to happen on this.
And kudos to BMW for bringing out this new car. M3 being close to the end of its development curve. It'll go right in the new season with a new car.
Spectacular looking and a very different sound for the M3 with a different crankshaft configuration, a 90-degree versus a flat crank. It has a very NASCAR sounding noise to it when they debuted the car at Daytona. Whoa! Oh! One going for a quick ride there.
Where did he come out?
Boy, oh boy, this team was at a fraught day. The other car with a input shaft failure.
He's where the old sand trap used to be. Wouldn't have got away with that a few years back.
One headlight out there.
Scott Sharp behind the wheel. This is the car that they did in fact fix with that input shaft and got it back out there, just trying to get 70% and get some points on the board.
Well, you saw the all Porsche GTC class. Sean Edwards leads. We'll take a break and return. The action getting thick and fast in the pits at Sebring. The Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring on Speed is brought to you by Tequila Patron, simply perfect. By Mazda. Mazda, on any given weekend, more Mazdas are road raced than any other brand. By Continental Tire, innovative technology, driving confidence. And by Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil brand. Mobil 1. Beautiful look at the setting sun over Sebring International Raceway, which has seen aircraft much longer than it's seen race cars, and that has been a long time. This is the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. You see the time remaining, less than 3 hours, 19 minutes. We'll be leaving you shortly for live Supercross action from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. Here's your leader in the PC class, Mark Wilkins, 05.
One here in this class with level 5 a couple of years ago, and second chance with Core Autosport. He won at Petit Le Mans last year with Ryan Dial and Alex Popoff, helping Alex clinch that Drivers' Championship last year. So great opportunity, and boy continues to get the job done. They fell back a little bit at the beginning of this race, but spoke to Colin Brown in the break, and he said the car is really good. We're just trying to keep it clean, claw our way back into the thick of it. And I think with that caution, it got them back on the lead lap, and now they lead this race. Very impressive young team.
There is your GT class pole sitter and current class leader, Matteo Maiucelli, in the Ferrari 458 Italia from Risi Competizione. I spoke with team owner Giuseppe Risi. He is a passionate supporter of Grand Touring racing. This is what he thinks the future of sports car racing should be.
I think I'll agree with him on that. No doubt about it. GT classes in worldwide racing at the top of the mark.
So cool to see Risi back, and there's going to be a 2-year program as a minimum of 2 years, so they're going to race here this year in the American Le Mans Series, and then they will continue in the United Sports Car Series next year. So a lot of great things happening right now on the sports car front.
What a great driving lineup. Jimmy Bruni put the car on pole, his 3rd straight pole, though not with the Risi team. Matteo Maiucelli at the keyboard right now has been a star. He's been fast and he's kept the car clean. And they've got Olivier Beretta with his vast experience and success in there as well. On pit road comes the race leader. Alan McNish heads for the Audi pits, and Marcel Fässler, pole sitter for the entire race, takes over the overall race lead.
I think it's really cool. We see these LED headlights. They're actually adaptive. They actually turn into the corners a little bit like some of the street cars do now to assist with the drivers. The tremendous heat from those LED headlights. They actually have to insulate the tire sensors, which are giving you tire temperatures throughout the course of the run, to make sure those LED lights aren't giving you a false reading.
It also blinds and scares everybody that it's coming up on them.
They know you're coming, that's for sure.
What a beautiful shot. We're going to send you to Monster Energy Supercross, as I mentioned earlier, but we'll have all the highlights when we return at 10:30. We see the Corvette going behind the wall. We'll have that follow-up story. Coverage continues at 10:30 Eastern Time for 2.5 hours. Meanwhile, live coverage of the 12 hours continues on ALMS.com and Speed2.com where available. It's been an Audi kind of day overall, seeking their 11th win in 14 tries. It would be only appropriate, but we've got a long way to go before the end of the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Right now, for Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader, as well as Jamie Howe and Andrew Marriott and our entire Speed team, I'm Bob Varsha. Enjoy Monster Energy Supercross from Indy. Welcome to Sebring International Raceway, where the speed and reliability that has taken the Audi team to 10 of the last 13 overall victories in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring appears to be well on their way to taking that team to yet another 1-2 finish, one of the world's greatest motorsports challenges. Hello everybody, I'm Bob Varsha along with Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader. This is Speed's coverage of the 61st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, fueled by Fresh from Florida. Andrew Marriott and Jamie Howe are down in the pit lane. As you can see, darkness has fully fallen over Sebring International, but the party and the race do go on. We have just under 2 hours and 38 minutes remaining. It is an Audi 1-2 at the top of the class. There you see our class leaders. Ryan Briscoe leads in the P2 class. PC by Mike Gouache. Olivier Beretta has the pole-sitting Ferrari leading the GT class. And Damian Faulkner leads in GTC, the all-Porsche class on Yokohama tires. Here's a look at the highlights of the race thus far. 2 Audis on the front row as the green flag flew.
They just took off from the pack here. It was a very clean start, a great battle right behind the Audis between the two Rebellions and the Muscle Milk HPD. Then we saw some contact early. This is Garcia getting in the back of our pole sitter and LMPC, John Bennett behind the wheel. He would get a penalty. That seemed to be the theme for the race.
Here, the number 3 Corvette having trouble and pulls behind the wall. They will work on that car and, of course, get it back out.
Kind of gearbox issue, electrical related. The Delta Wing is back. That wasn't back for long. Problems with this new motor built by Elan. Pops the motor. Andy Merrick has to pull it to a close.
First car officially out of the race, followed not long after by the former championship car, the number 16 from Dyson Racing. A long stop in the pits, they came back out, but it would not be a long day for the Dyson team. Up front, the Audi teammates allowed to battle for the race lead as they drew away inexorably from the competition.
Well, they don't have stiff competition here today in terms of the overall win, so they're pushing each other hard. But then Alan McNish, he got caught out for a stop-and-go penalty here as well. Very harsh call, everyone feels. The 81 went for a spin, but he really rode right into the side of Alan McNish.
Then the 4 Corvette comes in with an electrical fire under the dash. Turned out to be a light. They disconnected it, and they went on as well.
Long day for the Corvette team. There's the number 16 car. Finally, the electrical gremlins were just too much to overcome.
This is going to hit them hard in the championship points. 0 points for that team today. Then the Vipers have looked so strong here this weekend. Problems with the left rear, shed some wheel studs, lengthy delay.
If anybody wondered if they were going to race, here's your answer. Yeah, Audi came to race. They bumped, they bang in turn 17 at 180 miles per hour.
Ollie Jarvis closing the door there. That was a close one. Another close one here for Lucas de Grassi trying to get around Tommy Kendall. He goes for a ride. That closes the gap between he and the following Audi.
4 full course cautions thus far. The third one brought out by a broken input shaft on one of the extreme speed LMP2 cars. David Brabham at the controls. That car was repaired and returned to action.
Yeah, they're searching for points. You've got to do 70%. And then we see another penalty. Klaus Graf behind the wheel. The muscle milk entry gets into the back of an LMPC car. Stop at 60-second hold for that one. Then a little while later, Dorsey.
Yeah, it wasn't over. Here we go. The 6 into the 02, and guess what happens? Another penalty.
Rough and tumble nature of this racetrack. Then the 56 car led on a couple of occasions here, but there you see the problem. Left front strut is broken, cost them several laps. They did return to the action, and the car showed a lot of pace here today.
Here was some contact that led to an even greater incident. Bill Sweedler in the Ferrari turned after contact with Richard Westbrook in the number 4 Corvette. And just about a lap later, Sweedler at top speed through Bishop Bend found the tire wall in the biggest way.
Biggest incident of the race so far right there. Bill walks away. He was fine. But Ferrari wasn't.
Yeah, lucky boy. You'd have to wonder if that contact initiated all of that. And then most recently, the Viper that has led this race several times here today gets pushed behind the wall. Electrical gremlins, they eventually get it fired back up, and it is back into the action, but several laps down now.
Well, they ask you where Sebring is. You look at Florida, you go right down to the very middle of Florida. And when we drop in, you'll drop right into the middle of Sebring. This beautiful old airport. This racetrack, 3.74 miles in length, some 17 corners, and we've been seeing great racing here all through the day.
No question about that. 42 cars started this race, and despite all of the contact and all the controversial penalties, there hasn't been all that much attrition thus far by Sebring standards. After all, this is perhaps the most brutal endurance race in the world. Number 1 Audi. A diesel hybrid, first time for that technology here at Sebring. Appears to be well on its way to the win, but there are more than 2.5 hours to go.
They're switching backwards and forwards dependent on pit stop scheduling here. So right now the number 1 car of Marcel Fässler leads. Alan McNish giving up the lead with his latest pit stop. He turns it over to Lucas de Grassi. He'll do a stint, and you'd have to think that'll be TK Tom Christensen try to close this thing out tonight.
There's the sister car, the number 1, as it comes down on the racetrack. It gets tricky right now because the front part of the straightaway right here where the pits are and so forth is lit up like a city. You get beyond that to the back, it's as dark as can be. You can't see parts of race cars that get knocked off. It becomes a very dicey chess match.
Look at the headlight coverage on these Audis. I mean, that is a howitzer of a high beam.
Yeah, that'll melt the back of your neck with that too. He's behind you, but he's not there for long usually.
Been some bodywork issues on this number 1 machine. We believe that the front was hitting. It seems to be hitting still. You see the sparks there just going down the straightaway. Some kind of rubbing block there on the front end. And what I think it's done is transferred to these side pods. Done a couple of fixes on it, but I believe on one of those shots, I saw those side gills on the bodywork kind of still blowing a bit in the breeze, as now Fässler brings the lead car to pit lane. 60 kilometers an hour, about 37 miles per hour once you get in this zone. Otherwise, you'll get a penalty.
Been a lot of those today.
Jamie Howe is down there in the Audi pits.
Marcel Fässler climbs out. He's handing driver duties over to Oliver Jarvis. This is Oliver's only his second race in the United States. His first was in January at the 24 Hours of Daytona, where he did win the GT category for Audi behind the wheel of an R8. Talking to the team this week, they say Oliver, he is enjoying racing in the United States. Oliver said, racing in the U.S., there's such a unique atmosphere here. There's nothing quite like it other than at Le Mans, but the American fans are so knowledgeable. He will be getting a fresh set of Michelin tires now that the fuel is complete. The tape that they put on the underside of the car, it looks like it might have fallen off. I don't see it hanging over anymore, and he is complete.
Yeah, you can see that beer bond on the right side as it took off there, Dorsey. It looks like it's damaged, so it's not doing the same job, and I think that may be what we're seeing there on some of these camera angles tonight.
Definitely what you saw flopping around, those gills, as you call them, Calvin, are coming loose again.
Pretty tight here. This may be, I'm not sure if this is Degrassi coming down the front straightaway.
Fuel light, press the fuel button, press the fuel, front straight.
There he is. Yeah, here comes Degrassi. So he is going to be for, yeah, and he's not up to speed. Oliver Jarvis has not got the tire temperature yet, so that was easy for Degrassi to assume the lead once again.
No tire warmers on these tires, so it takes a while to get them up to operating temperature. We'll take a break and return with more after this look back at some of Sebring's glorious history. In 2006, Audi came to Sebring with their revolutionary diesel-powered R10 DDI. The new low-sulfur diesel-burning machine dominated the competition and kept Audi undefeated in the new millennium overall. The win was the first for the driver combination of Tom Christensen, Alan McNish, and Dindo Capello. That race also saw the Sebring debut of the Porsche RS Spider in P2 competition, finishing second in class with the captain, Roger Penske himself, calling the shots.
It was the R8R.
The Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring on Speed is brought to you by Tequila Patron, simply perfect. By Chevrolet, find new roads. by Michelin, a better way forward. And by Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil brand, Mobil 1. Welcome back to the combination of racetrack, Mardi Gras, the world-class motorsports event that is the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Everybody anticipating the finish now, just 2 hours, 25 minutes roughly away. Let's pick up the action in the P2 class. Ryan Briscoe, who put this car on pole for Level 5 Motorsports, has a one-lap lead over his former IndyCar colleague, Sunman Pagano, in an identical HPD-powered ARX chassis.
Yeah, just a brilliant performance by the Level 5 guys. They didn't know they were coming back for sure this year. Once ESM committed, they knew the Greaves were coming here to compete. They changed their minds and suddenly had to scramble and be ready for this epic race. But what a record they have here, going for their 4th straight class victory here at Sebring. So that is quite some feat.
Look at those headlights bouncing around out there on this rough Sebring racetrack. That's about what it looks like too as you're driving around here. It's pretty dark on this backside of the racetrack.
Spoke to Wayne Taylor during the break, who's part of Ryan Briscoe's management team, and he said Ryan is really enjoying the ride here this weekend. Got a big kick out of the battle for pole with Ryan Hunter-Reay that just swung Briscoe's way right at the end of the session. So good stuff. Good to see him enthused about being back in sports car racing.
See the blinding headlights in that rear view mirror, meaning there he goes. Somebody, and I knew who was coming.
Playing through.
Those LED lights on those Audis are certainly distinctive for these drivers trying to see them coming. You can't hear them.
Team owner Scott Tucker has driven both of his Level 5 Motorsports cars, but before the race he declared that the 551 currently leading the class was the one in which he would score points. Let's hear from the man who put Audi on pole for this race overall with Jamie.
It was Marcel Fässler who claimed the pole position and a new qualifying track record. Marcel, we're getting into the 9 stages of this race. What condition is the #1 Audi in?
Yeah, still in a good condition. We just lost a flick during my stint. I hit a Porsche very little, and but the car seems to be quite okay.
We know that you guys come here to test for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It has not been trouble-free for Audi today. What work needs to be done before the 24?
Yeah, you know the new car is pretty new, so there's for sure still a little bit of homework to do. That's the reason why we are here, because test the race car under race condition is the best what you can do. And Sebring is a really good racetrack for doing that. So at the moment we're still leading, that's a good thing. Both of us, and yeah, just try to keep the rhythm high, and yeah, there's still a little battle between car #1 and car #2.
Will you get back in, or will Benoit finish out the race?
No, I think now I'm finished because it's just 2.5 hours left, so it's Oliver Jarvis in the car, and then normally Benoit is his drive after, so I think I'm free now.
Good job, go get some rest.
I think Fässler was trying to say Trullier is our closer.
Yeah, but I tell you what, this team has been really impressed by Marcel's performance here this weekend. Spoke to Brad Kettler last night, and he said, boy, he has just been on a superb performance in qualifying, grabbing the pole, but he said, as soon as we rolled off the truck, he seemed to be dialed in this week.
Didn't dodge the issue of making contact either when asked about it, so I appreciate that.
3 times Audi has brought an all-new car to Sebring and won with it on debut. Now, it's not quite accurate to say this e-tron Quattro diesel electric hybrid is a new car, raced extensively in the World Endurance Championship last year, but it is his Sebring debut, if that makes any sense. And it looks like they're going to make some more history by winning with it here.
That's a whole new challenge. You can take it to another racetrack. It'll be one thing, but Sebring puts a different set of challenges. And here we see one of the Dempsey cars, 10 machine. This, not sure if the tire cut down and then did the damage, or whether the damage cut down the tire.
Either way, it's going to take some real repair to fix that.
Michael Avenatti, very experienced sports car driver, a key player in the new Dempsey Del Piero racing team.
See what they do with that fender. If they just rip it off at this point in the game, that'd be the fastest thing to do if it hasn't done damage to anything else.
Let's get down to the pit with Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, well, the problem here is the right rear, and we're just having to be shuffled up a moment because the number 13 car came in right into the next pit box. Flat right, so I've done a bit of damage to the rear bodywork, as we've seen many times before. All the black scarring as the tread has flailed around. The new right rear is going on now, and that car will be going away because Andrew Davis has done a great job in this Tonnage Coffin car.
Dramas here for the 81 car. They've been in the wars a little bit today. One of the LMPC machines. Schultes behind the wheel right now. Notice on that Porsche that it had taken a little bit of a bang in that rear fender, so I have to feel that maybe he got hit and that then cut down the tires. And whoa, this is right in front of one of the Audis.
Yeah, but that was a simple spin on his own there. Got on the power a little too hard and didn't hit anything, so we'll be able to continue.
It looks like Stefan Johansson, a former winner of this race in the overall, will bring the car back on track. You can't quite see it, but along the chin of Stefan's helmet are a series of images of a leaf. His father's name was Leaf. Stefan was little. He was known as Little Leaf.
Stefan's out there. I believe he's running second right there. The Schultes who had spun in the 81 car. Hard to see with the lights there.
We've got another break coming up. There are your leaders in the 5 classes in competition here at Sebring. You want high tech? You want action? Boy, if we had it.
'90 was a big year for Calvin Fish as he teamed with Robbie Gordon and Lynn St. James to drive a Roush Mercury Cougar to record his first Sebring class victory.
And I'm sure you remember it well, Calvin.
Yeah, that was a fun race, a tough race. And we actually got the double that year, got Daytona and Sebring. I said, boy, this is easy driving for these Roush guys. They win every week.
That was pretty much the case when I started covering motorsports. Jack Roush, for those of you who consider him only a NASCAR powerhouse, he was running Ford's road racing program. Both of my colleagues here, Dorsey Schrader and Calvin Fish, and many others drove for him and did a lot of winning.
At Daytona, we had a healthy lead, and Jack had been around all weekend, but he really hadn't said much to me. And suddenly, middle of the race, I hear this radio communication. Calvin, there's a Jack, slow down. It took me 3 laps to figure out who the hell is Jack.
I knew right away.
And I need to correct myself. The car we saw spinning just before we went to break was not the 8, but the 81. It was Mikko Schultes and not Stefan Johansson, but Stefan still has a pretty cool helmet.
why it didn't spin out.
He's now got that silver status, which is essential for these Pro-Am categories in P2, PC, GTC. And he is gold, as they call it. Good silver driver, and he gets it by his age. Dorsey, maybe you can get one next year.
Let's get more on the technology of the Audis with Jamie Howe.
Let's go back to 1999 when Audi first came to Sebring. It was with the Audi R8R. This is the steering wheel that came out of that car. You can see how simple it was. Only 3 control buttons for the driver. There's the radio, the pit lane, and the high beam. You can see it didn't have paddle shift. That was actually only for just here at Sebring. By the time they got to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, they had added the paddle shift on the back. Let's fast forward to 2013. This is the steering wheel out of the new Audi R18 e-tron. This is actually the spare, so I have to be very careful with it. But you can see all of the new electronics that's on it. This is the digital display screen where the driver can toggle between all of the different pages of data, all of their controls that they can do, their drink, the start. They also have the paddle shift here. And then the top ones, these are the high beams. We know how much they like to flash those lights at the GT cars. So it's a natural progression in the technology on the outside of the car as well as the inside of the car.
Jamie, take that and run.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could buy a pretty nice car for the cost of that kind of steering wheel.
Get a house for that.
A lot of technology, really cool.
And speak of the devil, on board the number 2 with Luca Di Grassi, along with Oliver Jarvis, the new generation of Audi drivers. He has done a great job.
Lead seems to hover around the 10 to 14 second mark right now. It's about 11.5, so the 2 Audis stand reasonably close, but a nice bit of breathing room, a bit too close for comfort earlier in this race.
Traffic density has not been a problem at night. I mean, that's one of the things at the end of these races you look out for is lots of cars, a lot of them that have been repaired, you know, that aren't up to speed, but we don't have that issue this time.
Yellow headlights, GT car. That is Olivier Beretta, the pole sitting number 62, Risi Competizione, Ferrari 458 Italia.
There's sparks coming out of the car in front of it. One of the prototypes, can't tell which one, but it's bottoming out pretty badly, whichever it is.
Superb performance by Risi on their return. They've had 3 Sebring wins. Beretta and Malicelli will be running the full season for them. Beretta, so much experience, 5 ALMS championships, 3-time winner here at Sebring alone. Came so close last year. He was right in the mix, right on the tail of Joey Hand. Then there's a couple of spinners. He got spun around, and then his teammate Bruni suddenly got in the mix, turned Joey Hand around on the last lap of the race. Everyone thought it was Beretta right in this area of the racetrack. A lot of confusion. But ultimately, Joey and the team held on for their 2nd win in a row, and the Ferraris were disappointed.
Has about a 1-lap lead over the 2nd place car, which, believe it or not, considering all they've been through, with the number 4 Corvette, currently in the hands of Oliver Gavin, last year's co-champions, on board with him now. They are still in the thick of this fight. Certainly a podium position and maybe a win in the next 2 hours, 10 minutes and change.
Hasn't been a trouble-free run by any stretch. We saw that electrical issue that they had behind the dash, and Westy Westbrook got penalized for getting into Bill Sweedler. And that is a hefty penalty. These stop and hold 60. You lose about 40 seconds just coming down pit lane alone at that speed compared to the front straight speed when you're on the track under green flag. And so it was about a minute 40 penalty, almost a full lap, but they're clawing their way back.
Oh, and we've got it again.
That.
Another contact. Didn't put the car around, but we've seen penalties for that already where the car didn't spin that was hit.
Yeah, 31 continues, just went for a little bit of a ride, but in these conditions, night time, you're just going to get a little bit of trading of paint, I'm afraid.
It's so hard to tell, you know, what's passing you. You can't tell what kind of car it is until it's alongside of you.
One of the challenges with endurance racing, of course, is you could have passed that car maybe 5-10 minutes ago. Driver does a certain thing, and suddenly there's been a driver change, and the driver does something completely different. So these are the things that you have to read when you're competing in this form of racing.
Yeah, you don't know that that car didn't have a pit stop to a driver change. Now you're fighting a whole different guy. You don't even know it.
Yeah, could be on cold tires, different driver. You've really got to be on your toes and read it as quickly and as accurately as you can.
Got an interesting tweet from a viewer who corrected me. I called the car Millennium Yellow. He pointed out that was to see the previous generation of the Corvette, that this one is known as Velocity Yellow.
They don't give you a break, Bob.
Nope. And that's the way I like
Twitter
it.
thing.
That's interactivity at its best.
This is really cool. Look at this in-car radar, as they call it. It's really just giving you an indication if you've got any fast closing traffic. And it will come up as a yellow arrow on that screen that's in the center of our screen that we're looking at right now.
It's bigger when the car gets closer.
I guess the green arrow means the car behind is losing ground, getting further behind.
Will change to yellow, ultimately to red, and that actually points to which side of the car it's going. You'd think by that stage you know, but it even works really well. Saw some footage that they showed me the other day in wet conditions, and that's when you really guess which way is he going to go. This program actually indicates that to the driver, letting you know he's on your right or on your left flank.
I first saw it, I thought it was a rear gun sight, but I guess not.
Right, the crosshairs come up. That means your weapon's free.
Yep. Locked on, push the button.
Foxtrot. Cool cars these Corvettes have been. So much success here and abroad, taking the Stars and Stripes to the top of the podium at Le Mans. Certainly winning their share of American Le Mans Series races. You see a lot of Corvettes racing in the World Endurance Championship. It's a popular model for GT racing overseas as well.
Most of them came from this team.
We're going to take a break. Back in 2007, Audi used diesel power to take an 8th straight win, while in the GT class we saw the closest finish in history.
Gripping stuff here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Lap. This is it. They will have to do one more. But Marco Werner for Audi Sport North America wins the 12 Hours of Sebring. Spectacular style. But the race is on in GT2. This is far from over. Running out, Mello is locked up. Makes an error down into the hairpin. It is really on now. Ferrari versus Porsche. Bergmeister gets on the inside. Can't quite execute the move. It's all about this corner, Calvin. Look at Mello. He's going to run. Mello comes over to try and block him, but Jürgen Bergmeister, he's right up against the wall. How close do you like it? This is a drag race down towards turn 17. Comes the Ferrari. The Ferrari comes back. It's on the wrong side. It's outside. Bergmeister
Tomorrow it's time for a throwdown in Thunder Valley. Find out why the Bull Ring at Bristol has always produced great racing. It's the world's fastest half mile, and NASCAR Race Day will have all the data live from Bristol tomorrow, 10:30 Eastern, only here on Speed. Back at the Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring, Bob Varsha, Calvin Fish, Dorsey Schrader, Andrew Marriott, and Jamie Howe down in the pit lane. As you can see, as Dorsey's been saying, when it gets dark at Sebring, it gets all the way dark. There's your leader in the Continental PC class. Number 52 car of David Ostella.
It's a great team led by Bobby Orgel. Really has a nice family feel to it. David Ostella's sports car debut. He tested some in GT, but really likes these cars, and he has an Italian origin, so he likes a team that has that family feel, so he immediately felt at home and doing a brilliant job here today.
Pretty good laps too.
This LMPC battle, though, is going to go down to the wire. There's several cars very much in the mix. Marcelli currently runs second, and Ventura, Nunez, John Bennett in the mix as well, all within a lap. It's going to be tight.
Of that group, Nunez, the only guy running at or perhaps even a little better than Ostella's pace.
We got 2 hours to go, guys, too. I mean, that's a lot. You know what happens the last 2 hours here, too. It's crazy.
The witching hours.
Colin Brown will be taking over from the team owner, John Bennett, here shortly in the 05. He'll get the hammer down, lay down a brilliant new track record in qualifying here yesterday. He said the car is good. Shame for the Vipers. They'd shown so much pace here this weekend, Dorsey, and saw the 93 car had problems early, and the 91 car very much in the mix until these electrical issues, but I think it's really...
Looks like the 91 might have more electrical problems. I don't see any taillights on that car. Yeah, I guess you're on.
Yeah, he's got lights. Not so the 52 class leading PC car, the left rear dangling from the car, and that tail light's not working. Turn 17 and on to the front straightaway.
Up on our GT leader, which is Olivier Beretta, still in the Risi Ferrari. We talk about the fact he's enjoying being back in the States full time and wants to hand it to the Corvette team, and right now is the Corvette team that is second. Number 4 squad trying to chase him down.
The field is certainly battle scarred by this point, but as I mentioned earlier, very little attrition by Sebring standards. Only 4 cars officially out of the race at this point. And we've had only 4 full course caution flags. The record is 0, which has happened 3 times, 1985, 94, and 2001. Last year we had, excuse me, Calvin, 11.
Yeah, we had a lot more cars here last year. It was a round of the World Endurance Championship as well. So field of around 60 cars, and that will certainly contribute to the amount of incidents you're going to have. But I tell you what, even though we lack in numbers a little bit this year, certainly the quality of the field is unbelievable. When we get to the merger in the United Sports Car Series next year, we're going to have a phenomenal entry here at Sebring once again.
Riding with Dominic Farnbacher in his Viper, you see he's running at the same pace as the leader, and this Viper was the story as far as I'm concerned in GT. These guys that put on such a show, unfortunately both cars had a little bit of mechanical problems, but they led on their own merit, and I think that's just fantastic. Coming from where they came last year, spending the whole winter rebuilding this car completely and paying attention to every detail, it's paid off.
Car has looked really good. You can see that right here. He's just hanging on the tail of the current leader in GT with no drama whatsoever, and we're on board with Dominic Farnbacher. The car was just really neutral, really handling well.
Yeah, it looked like he was resting.
Chris Neville is now working the pit lane. Let's get to him for more on the battle.
Well, I just checked in with Bob Riley on that 91 car. Really just an impressive run by this team all day. Lots of speed out of that car until they had that electrical problem. And what he said is essentially the car just shut down in pit lane. So when they backed it behind the wall, they turned off the traction control because they think it might be something with a wheel speed sensor on that Viper. And once they did that, the car did refire back out on track. I think they're down, about 2 laps right now. But they think they're pretty much out of the fight at this point in time, and that car no longer has traction control.
might be getting the lap back here. He was just looking at
That's right. Farnbacher is running with the class leader, but Olivier Beretta is not making it easy for him to get by, even though Farnbacher in the Viper is 4 laps down.
Oh, big chop on that front straightaway. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. In fact, the Viper's 4 laps down, so Beretta will be pretty miffed. Hey, I'm the leader of this category. Don't give me a hard time here, but at the same time, you can't afford to let him go.
Now, not if you can get that lap back, because, I mean, he catches caution, come back around, because he's 4 down.
You know, the other thing, these guys told me the biggest improvement on this car drivability-wise has been that traction control. With it turned off and at night, makes it a lot harder. Tire wear will be worse too, more than likely.
Boy, consider this. The television cameras tend to enhance the available light. If that's what Dominic Farnbacher is seeing out the front of that Viper, yikes.
Yeah, it's dark. That back corner where he's at right now, the tower turn, I mean, it's pitch black back there.
It's easy when you're following a fast car. They're kind of laying a trail. It's like tracks in the snow. Just follow those tail lights.
Audi playing
the Audi there. That's the number 2 car. That is the current leader. You can distinguish that by slight. Ooh, that was tight.
That was really close.
That was tight. This is going to give
an opportunity for Farnbacher.
Yeah, here's his lap back for one of them. He still needs more.
Beretta needs to let it go. You can't afford to get into it at this stage. I know it's okay. Don't let anyone back another lap, but.
Nah, you don't want to mess yourself up. He's still in good shape.
Afford to relax his pace too much. He's hoping that now Farnbacher gets in front of him and he can run a really good pace because he doesn't want that Corvette to catch him. This being Beretta, of course.
One car going by as well. Beretta's going to need to keep his pace up. He was about 2 seconds slower on that last lap than his immediate pursuer, Oliver Gavin, in the number 4 Corvette, who is, after all, on the same lap with the leader.
The other reason is at night, when you get this rhythm established, it kind of dictates where you turn in from, where you brake from, and if you get out of that rhythm by slowing up, it really messes you up because you really can't see that well.
Under the Mobil 1 bridge.
This is where the harvesting takes place. With that hybrid system under heavy braking, it recharges that hybrid system.
There's a look at your leaders in class. Less than 2 hours remaining in the 61st running, one of the world's greatest endurance challenges. Back at Sebring International Raceway in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, here's an update on sports car racing coming your way. The next round of the American Le Mans Series following Sebring, the Grand Prix of Long Beach, the granddaddy of all American street races. Coming your way from Long Beach, April 21st, 1 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Over on the Grand Am Rolex side, the next stop will be the Porsche 250 from Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. That'll be April 7th at 5:30 p.m. here on Speed. And by this time next year, the 2 series will be won on a combined schedule. It should be exciting for all sports car fans. A moment ago, the GT class leader made its pit stop, and it re-enters the track now. I believe Olivier Beretta stayed in the car.
There might have been a driver change there, Bob, but just a lap before that, the number 4 car was in, so it'll be fascinating to see how these guys now stack up after their respective pit stops.
This is about the time of the race where we start sort of reverse engineering from the finish to see who's planning to put which of their drivers into the car to close out the 12 hours.
The key is going to be just can you get it done with just one more stop. I think they're going to need a stop and a splash looking at the time on the board right now, but it'll be tight.
Hour 48 lap that's going to be pushing it, not having to do the splash. Caution would help with that. We haven't had many this 12 hour with just 4 so far.
Very fast paced here today. This is the key when you go out on fresh tires here in these cooler conditions. You've just got to be so careful, but the Ferrari looks good as they get back up to speed, Chris.
what you're talking about, those cooler conditions and what these teams are doing with tires. And it's been interesting watching that Ferrari, that Risi Competizione Ferrari all day long, because they've been coming up with some very interesting tire combinations. Every time I go over there and check, early in this race when we saw higher temperatures, they were really working harder tires on the left side of the car. They started out with the rear softs on the right, and then they went to all hard on the left side of the car, softs on the right side of the car, and that really helped out with the tire wear. But as the temperatures have come down, both ambient and track temperature, they're going now back over to the softer tires. So this is a team that's really paying attention to that, trying to get everything they can out of that car. And I love seeing these guys working different combinations on all the different corners of the car.
They've got one of the best in the business, Rick Mayer, engineering that squad as the #1 car. Hits from the lead.
Oh, the guy just stands on the front.
Let's get down to Chris Neville in the pit.
Well, this is the one car. This is the car that we've seen with the problem with the floor, this car and the team, and actually me now looking underneath the car, trying to see that damage. And I checked in with this team just a little while ago. Oh, also a dive plane on the left front missing right now. And what the team said is the bottom of the car was definitely flopping around in the air early on, but because there's so much debris on the racetrack, sand, rubber, all kinds of different grit out there, that as that floor has been kind of bouncing around out there, it's actually getting packed in with that debris. So that that vibration that they had early on when that floor was vibrating, it really isn't doing that anymore because it's got so much debris packed up in there. So when they get that car off the racetrack, they're anticipating, you know, quite a few pounds to come off. To come out of that cup, they're just anticipating a lot of debris to come probably out from underneath the floor in that car. But they said the issues that they had with it early on, not so much anymore on the handling side with that vibration.
Superb pace that is still holding, Chris, with that aerodynamic issue because these cars are so sensitive. And there we see the gap. You saw the one car of Ollie Jarvis leave the pits, and Lucas de Grassi is not that far behind, so he's trying to chase him down.
The number 4 Corvette has pitted. Oliver Gavin climbed out, and Kelly Stavist is with him.
And it looks like Tommy Milner will finish things out here for the 4 Corvette. Ollie, what kind of a car did you hand over to him?
I think a pretty good one. You know, we've been sort of going backwards and forwards a little bit with the car, and we've been battling a few penalties and incidents, and we had a wiring issue earlier on in the race. And we keep sort of getting put back some and then have to fight back. If only we had a a really clean run, then I'm sure we'll be well in the lead now, and maybe making easier work of it. But Corvette Racing have done a fantastic job today. They've been battling brilliantly, been doing great pit stops. Proud to be part of the team.
Yeah, in spite of the penalties, you guys have battled your way back, about 36 seconds behind the leader in that Ferrari. Is this something you think you can chip away at and take care of on the track, or are you going to need a little help from the pits?
Oh, I think that we might just about have enough speed, but they've still got quite a big gap, so it might just come down to that final pit stop. I don't know, it would be great if we could get a caution right now, because that would close things up for us, and then it might just come down to that last stop and that last sort of sprint to the finish. But Tommy's been driving brilliantly today. He's been super quick, so I think he's going to finish now, so that'd be great.
It's some fantastic racing in GT. Thank you, Ollie.
As you heard, Tommy Milner now behind the wheel. There is the radar on the dash at work.
Here they come. Goes from green to yellow. And there it is. Points which side he's passing you on.
We need to update the class leader. I was incorrect when I said that Olivier Beretta stayed in. The transponder is clear timing and scoring. It's now the man who put the car on pole for the race, Jimmy Bruni.
Ollie Gavin's been very busy, having won that championship last year. He's been doing a lot of work for Chevy. Over at the Geneva Auto Show recently, showing off the new Stingray.
Trouble here for the Core Motorsport car. No headlights now. They come on.
Some damage at the back of the car. They got clouded early in the event, remember, by Garcia. I'm not sure if that's still an issue from that incident or not.
There they go again, off.
This is the last thing you need. You don't need to be wasting time on pit lane.
Nope, and it's going to have to be brought in for that for sure. Now it's back.
John Bennett still behind the wheel. We expect Colin Brown to finish this thing off here tonight. They were looking for victory, but right now they're down in 5th spot, a lap off the lead.
I'd be telling him I'm turning him off so just to be a nice guy.
Coming up to the top of the hour, we've got another break ahead. We'll give you a look back at the 12 Hours of Sebring in 2008. On the other side of the break, Brian Till, Johnny O'Connell, and Justin Bell will be at the helm. 2008 saw the end of an 8-race Sebring win streak for Audi. A big challenge from Peugeot and a brace of fast P2 cars was too much to overcome. When troubles befell the Peugeots and Audis, Roger Penske swooped in with an LMP2 class Porsche RS Spider driven by Timo Bernard, Romain Dumas, and Emmanuel Collard. The win was the first at Sebring for the legendary car owner.
At the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, it's not just the drivers and the crews that work hard. You got to look at the Michelin tire changing center where those tire techs change all the Michelin tires on the competitors who use them. And you talk about some tire changes going on over the week of Sebring. Those guys working very hard indeed. And when you go to a racetrack where we've got rain coming into the picture as well they're throwing rain tires on those rims a lot of the time. Oliver Jarvis continues to lead, about 8.2 seconds in hand the last time at the line over his teammate Lucas de Grasse in the number 2 e-tron Quattro. But interestingly enough, in the last 20 minutes, I looked at GTC Prototype Challenge, GT, and P2, and the leads are all diminishing, and it's really closing down. I think we're coming into a finish that's going to be pretty spectacular. Damian Faulkner leads in the GTC category over Jerome Bleekemolen, and his lead actually, well, it's popped back up, so traffic may have come into play there, but throughout the field, this race is far from over with, and the guys are not giving up. The GT battle that's been good, it's a 38-second lead for the 62 car, and that has been cut down substantially. The 22 GTC entry on pit lane, and Kelly is there.
As Jerome Bleekemolen, and he stayed behind the wheel of that 22 Alex Job Racing Porsche, and as you said, those gaps are closing, and in GTC, how much fun would it be to see Jerome and Damian Faulkner in the TRG number 66 car do battle? We've seen them do battle in qualifying all last season. Two fantastic drivers. Could be setting up for a great battle, but smooth pit stop here at Alex Job Racing. Don't forget, that's the team that went 1-2 in GTC last year.
And the 66 from TRG rolls down pit road. Damian Faulkner behind the wheel. If you're an American Le Mans Series fan, you know what a great job Damian Faulkner did in the 2012 season. I spoke to Kevin Buckler on the break. He said, we have finished all of our silver drivers through the car. The guys that we have left are our big guns, and I would bet that Alex Job Racing has done the exact same thing. Their heavy hitters will be into the finish, Chris.
Well, Brian, you hit it right on the money there talking to Kevin Buckler. He's just saying that Damian Faulkner is going to finish out that car. He's very excited about that. Damian, a young Irishman who's done very well last year in GTC. And really, this car running in great shape. He also said that the 68 car was in a great position before. It had a ring gear blowout, and they were behind the wall for about an hour and a half trying to fix that. But this car in real good shape. The only concern at this point in time is possibly brake wear. They are keeping an eye on that. They've really kind of run it right to the limit with this 12-hour race. So they're hoping that if this thing comes down to the wire with them and the 23 car, that these guys are going to have to push maybe a little bit harder than they anticipated, and brakes could be an issue in the closing laps of this race.
Well, the fueling is done, but there is a delay on the tire change, and this is going to be massive, massive as far as a lost time goes.
Yeah, it looks to me like the gun's not working.
Yeah.
You know, they're out of air or something.
Yeah, it's like the regulator is not turned on for that air gun, and this has cost them dearly. The 45 also in. Brian Wong behind the wheel of the Flying Lizard number 45. And that is so costly for Kevin Buckler's TRG team. Now we talk about silver drivers. The challenge classes, both of them are pro-am categories. So you've got to have pro and you've got to have an amateur. The amateur drivers, those are the guys who pay to be here, and they are guaranteed over 3 hours of drive time. You've got to get those guys in. And the officials want to make sure that they get their money's worth, pardon the pun. So those guys have finished their driving, and the pro guys will take it to the finish. The 66 back out.
Well, finally, that 66 down and away. Big problems on the left side of that car. They were stuck up on that left front. They just couldn't seem to get that wheel nut tightened back up there. So a lot longer stop. Typically, a tire change on one of these cars is going to take anywhere from 8 seconds to what the Corvette team might do, and some of these other teams around 11 or 12 seconds. But this car was here for a good 25 seconds, so it's going to be very interesting once the 23 car comes by where they are and if they potentially lost the lead because of that.
Costly stop, and we always say it could be a nickel part, where air guns are certainly more than a nickel, but it could have been as simple as it just wasn't getting enough air to it. Maybe the regulator on the nitrogen bottle back over pit wall.
I mean, it's too early right now. I mean, you cannot cruise with an hour and 33 minutes left to go. You are still pushing. You said, Brian, with a lot of observation, that the classes are so tight. So the leaders, if that gap is diminishing, that is not by desire or choice. These guys, the second place guys, are pushing. Just want to go back to the silver drivers. Guys like Ben Keating there in the 66 car. Ben, in the Vipers Challenge Series, I defy anyone to go up against him. That guy is pretty swift, so in no way is it a demeaning category at all.
Let's check back in with TRG.
Well, Kevin Buckler immediately down off the war wagon here, checking in with the team, trying to see what was wrong with that air gun in that pit stop. Kevin, what was the issue?
Looks like one of the guns died. We were doing great. The guys have been driving hard all day. The car's just a little bit off the pace, but our strategy's been good. The guys have done good stops. But we were over the wall, completing our stop, and one of the guns just was dead. And they had to come back, replug it in. We had a backup, but it just took a little too long. So I think we're in P2, and it's going to be a real fight there at the end with the guys in the car. I think Jerome's out there and Spencer, so it's going to be quite a little run.
Little trip there, but you guys are going to be able to recover?
We're second right now, hanging on for that. We'll see what happens. You know, there's one more stop to go, and there's still a long race, so we'll give it our best.
Yeah, we still have about an hour and a half to go, and we were talking about those brakes potentially be an issue, and you can see this team down here. We got brake calipers potentially for a brake change if they need to do it late in this race. Those are rear brake calipers potentially having to go on one of these Porsches.
That's just a huge mistake, and you know it's not really a mistake. It's a mechanical failure, and it's one that you wouldn't think would ever happen, an air gun failing.
Well, you know what, and here's the other thing. I mean, we try to see as we see the leader right there, but you know what, we think all the pressure is on the drivers. They've got to push hard, they've got to dig deep, they got to take chances. Well, what about the crew guys? The crew guys have so much pressure on them, they know that there's one stop left, and if they make a mistake or they have, you know, an equipment malfunction, it could be game over for them.
Jerome Bleekemolen in the 22 from Alex Job Racing. The WeatherTech Porsche has taken over the point. He shares that car with Cooper McNeil, who was the GTC champion in 2012, and Dion von Molke, who's had a spectacular run here as of late. Won Sebring last year with Alex Job Racing when Bill Sweedler and Townsend Bell and Dion drove their Porsche GTC entry to victory, and then won the Rolex 24 earlier in the year. We're going to take another quick break from here at Sebring, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. We'll look back 4 years for a little more Sebring history. 2009 saw Audi debut another Le Mans challenger at Sebring. This time, the new R15 TDI was the star, and the third new Audi prototype to win on debut. The competition was stiff, as the Audi had to battle its arch-rival Peugeot, as well as 2 new Acura P1 machines. The R15 proved up to the challenge, matching the Peugeot on speed, and the Team Yost entry was driven by Alan McNish, Dindo Capello, and Tom Christensen. The win made TK the first 5-time winner at the 12 Hour. Tomorrow, there's only one historic Daytona 200, and you can see it on speed. The best AMA road racers battle it out in a 200-mile endurance event. So don't miss AMA Pro Road Racing, the Daytona 200, tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern, only on Speed. Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring, 61 years. This great endurance event has run, and I don't think it's ever been more exciting than it has been this year. Great battles throughout the different classes, and great to see that hybrid, the e-tron Quattro, that drives with the front wheel, power regenerated via braking, applied through electric motors to the front wheels, helps that car accelerate off of medium speed corners. It can be used in straightaways as well, and it is a big, big advantage.
You know, we're just seeing the application of this technology, and we talk about it a lot. We often do features on the transfer of technology in these cars, and so much, whether it's the lighting that we're relying on right now, the very well packaged LED lighting on the front of the Audi here as it heads down the back straight. So much technology at work.
Well, and you guys are talking about that technology, that development, so much of that development done here for Le Mans. And talking with the team just a little while ago, I was asking them about the things that they've learned at this race, and they definitely said traction control, some of the braking issues that they have with the car, learning a lot about just trying to get 100% out of that, especially on those out laps. Because with the traction control, if you have it working too hard, it takes a lot longer for those tire temps to come up. So they're really trying to learn what they need to dial into that, because when they get to the mall, they know that the competition is going to be a step higher than what they're having to deal with here, and they're going to have to push it just that much more. So while they're out here for the win, they're also trying to learn a lot for that race. And Brad Kettler telling me that what they learn here in a week would typically take them a month to learn if they were testing.
Well, and Johnny, you've won this race 8 times in class. Justin, I know you have run here as well. Imagine running this race like these guys are today. They get tomorrow off, but then they'll be back on Monday. There'll be another 18 hours of testing for these guys, and they are going to be beat up by the end of the night. They're not going to work on the cars either. They're just going to park them, and then they'll come back on Monday, start them up again and go, and that's where they get that data for Le Mans.
Well, and you know what, myself in my history racing for Corvette, we used to do the same thing, and you know, you'd have Sunday to try to you know, get your body back, and you know, it just it's you do what you have to do to prepare for Le Mans. And you know, we watch right now, and Justin, you recall when you do this race, you know what, you figure 12 hours divided by 3, that's 4 hours of driving per driver, but it's a tough 4 hours. And I mean, at the end of this race, you're sore, your neck is sore. You know, you get in the last hour, you're going into turn 17, and you're dreading it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be cliche, and everyone always says, but 12 hours here is 24 at Le Mans. It's very demanding, but the 24-hour test is very interesting. With the Arica Viper team, led by Hugh Deschonat back in the 90s, we would do 2, if not 3, 24-hour tests before Le Mans, and I always found it the lack of adrenaline through competition very draining, because you're out there in the middle of the night pounding around. But the only thing that really keeps you going is you know that a team of data engineers are staring at what you do, and they're analyzing it. And at the end of it, the next day, you know, a week later, you get this nasty little email that says that at 4 in the morning, you did not perform as well as the others did at 8 in the morning, and you know, there's really nothing you can say to that. But you know what I mean, Johnny?
Well, no.
The pressure of performance is so high. We were talking about it in Corvette earlier. Really very hard.
Especially at the factory level. I mean, you know, again, every single time a factory driver is in the car, a report gets done on them and how they performed. And so there's so much pressure. And now how do you make yourself go fast? Well, you're looking at the lap time. Okay, and you know, every single lap matters. And so if you know your lap time is getting around here, you know, let's say in a 149, well, if you're running 150s, you're not making the grade.
Now, you'll notice on some of these cars, especially the Audi, when it goes by, they had undertray problems early, and it's still dragging, but you see a light shining out from underneath the car. You'll also see it on a couple of the Porsches. You'll see it on the Corvette. They run it, and that actually is a light for a camera that looks down at the racetrack, and what they measure is the slip angle of the car, how it moves. They're collecting data on everything, and since it is a camera, they need the light to help see in the darkness. During the day, it's not important, but at night, that light shines, and so a lot of times it will catch people off guard. You'll see that little light underneath there, and you think something's broken or something's dragging. Well, the Audi actually has both. It's got the drag from that undertray underneath it, but it also has that light shining down so that they can measure. Temperatures are coming down a little bit. Certainly the ambient air temperature is coming down. It's been very cool here at night over the past couple of nights, Chris.
Yeah, just a couple hours ago, I told you that the track temperature had gone from 105 at its peak today down to about 95. Well, just in the last 2 hours, it's dropped down to 65 degrees. So we've seen a swing of about 40 degrees from the hottest point today to now one of the coolest points. And talking to some of these prototype teams, they're the ones that really have to deal with that because they're making so much downforce underneath the car. And those teams telling me that the rear wing works pretty well in the heat of the day and in the cool part of the day. It's that nose, that splitter up front that at the heat of the day, you get a bit of a buffer, that heat coming off the road, that the front end doesn't work that well. But as soon as it starts cooling off, that front end starts really working well. So these last couple hours, the team's having to try and tighten these cars up a bit because they really start getting loose late in the night.
The front ends on some of the cars may be working well, but the rear bumper on one of the Dipsy Del Piero GTC Porsches has come askew, and I would think that the officials would want to bring that in and get that piece off. It will eventually tear off, and of course the problem is at night it would be hard to see around the corner, so you'd think that they would want to get that removed.
I don't think it'll be a very refined fix.
No, it will not be a refined fix.
It's called, it's not your best body shop work, but you know, it is amazing now. You see how the race is, I'm not saying it's settled by saying it's slow, but it's settled in the fact that the drivers have really got into a rhythm by this stage of the night. And I think the driving standard, I hope I'm not saying sort of devil's advocate here, but you know, it's really a very nice balanced form of racing right now. Everyone is very respectful in the dark. And of course, it's just like driving on the road. You may not see who's behind, but you know there is definitely someone behind. So in many ways, driving at night becomes that little bit easier for the passing.
Well, you know, but it can also be difficult because, I mean, if somebody is close to you and they're showing you their mirror or their headlights, you know, a lot of times you're afraid to close that door on them. So, I mean, it is a challenge, but you know what, Justin, they're guys that shine at the night, and we're right now seeing some of the best of them.
Oliver Jarvis still out in front, but we still have a long way to go, and anything can happen. We've seen little problems crop up. They can steal your race win away. Let's take a look back at more history from Sebring.
In 2010, Peugeot Sport derailed Audi's domination of the 12 hours. Drivers Marc Genet, Anthony Davidson, and Alexander Wurz ran a flawless race to claim the first overall victory for a French manufacturer in the 12 hours. 2010 also saw Johnny O'Connell make his 20th and final 12 hours of Sebring start. Johnny still holds the record for the most consecutive starts in event history. He also has the most class wins with 7 and the most podium finishes with 12.
Stop and go plus 60.
Fox Saturday Baseball returns with 3 great matchups as the Yankees battle the defending AL champion Tigers, or the Angels outfielder Josh Hamilton returns to Texas to take on the Rangers, or the Cardinals take on World Series champion Giants in a rematch of the NLCS. The debut of Fox Saturday Baseball is April 6th. Boys of summer are about here. It's baseball season. My boys are already practicing, even back in Columbus, Ohio. They've been playing all winter long indoors, getting ready for baseball. The white Porsche, the GTC leader, Jerome Bleekemolen, behind the wheel as the leading Audi flashes by. A good run for Alex Job. Can they hold on to the checkered flag? Kelly?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about Johnny O'Connell's 8 wins here at Sebring, but there's someone else who has 8 wins in a different capacity, but that's Alex Job. Alex, with all the success you've had here, do you still feel the magic of this event?
Oh yeah, I mean this event's incredible. It's like no other event in the world, and you know we're in position now maybe to potentially add another win, but I don't want to jinx us. But you know it's we had a good start, we had a bad middle, and now we've come back at the end, but we still got a little way to go.
Will Jerome stay behind the wheel for the duration?
He will. He's doing a great job.
And how about your crew? I know that you guys have spent a lot of time trying to dial up those pit stops.
Yeah, we had a couple of issues earlier in the day, and we had to work through that, and the crew's been doing a great job since then. So hopefully we'll just go green to the end and bring this home.
In 1999, you won the Rolex 24 Hours and Sebring in the same year. You've already taken care of the 24 Hours. Has that thought crossed your mind much of what that feeling is like to capture?
Yeah, we're not there yet, but it would be great to do it again for sure, especially with a WeatherTech car each time. So, but again, I don't want to jinx us. We've still got a little ways to go.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Well, and I can answer you. He has thought about it because he was talking about it just the other day. He said, I hope it's a good omen, and they're running well right now. It was Dion von Moltke, Felipe Albuquerque, Eduardo Mortera, and Oliver Jarvis that won the Rolex 24. We saw the 66 Damian Faulkner TRG with a problem on pit road earlier, and that has dropped them back into the clutches of Spencer Pompelli in the Flying Lizard number 45. He was closing in, or had been closing in, on Bleekemolen. He was actually in front of him at one point in time.
Oh, and look at this. He's getting by. Beautiful. Again, you know what? At Sebring, especially at night, overtaking traffic can open up so many opportunities, and we saw it right there. It was a beautiful opportunity. Spencer dialed in, saw what was going on, took the preferred line. Damian, with all those headlights behind him, very hard to understand where your competitor is and who your competitor is, and he did the right thing. Don't turn in, risk contact. There's a long way to go still.
I think Spencer Pompelli has really come into his own. Take a look at it again. Over the last couple of years, Spencer has impressed so much.
And Damian out there on the outside, he just couldn't get his car pointed in. He's out in the marbles, car's not responding. Spencer on the preferred line makes it stick.
That's the trouble. You give a space for a faster car, and the car behind you has been able to predict that move, anticipate it, and sort of benefit from it.
Well, I think you're exactly right. The prototypes went by. He was going to give them the room. He got out there on the marbles, and it created problems for him. Could not get back down to close that door. Lucas DeGrassi in the number 2 Audi is now on pit road.
And he's handing over to Tom Christensen. Tom Christensen going for his 7th overall win at this race. And looking over the front of this car, looks like it's in a bit better shape than the one car. Saw that dive plane missing on the left front of the one car. This car looks like the only damage is the light on the right side. It's got a big crack in it, but those LEDs still working behind there. And looks like everything going smooth. Maybe the driver change a little bit long here. Still working on Tom in there. They've already got the fuel done, and they don't have the doors shut as they're trying to get him suited up. And nope, now they finally got him in, and he's down and away.
Tom Christensen, TK. There's a look at the driver lineup in the number 2 car. 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. These Audis can run about 43 minutes, so it will definitely be another stop required. And, you know, anything can happen. They can start to change up the strategy and go from there. And when do you make that other stop? Do you make it as soon as you possibly can and then run the 43 minutes to the end, or do you run this 43-minute stint as far as you possibly can and a shorter fill at the end? 2 different Audis up there in front. They're on the same lap. They're close together.
2 different strategies?
Yep, 2 different strategies, I would think, unless the victory has already been determined. But I don't think Audi really plays that way. Not here, not this time. I think they'll let the boys battle it out. They'll let the engineers on the stand try to make the decisions that will give one or the other an advantage.
We talked a lot earlier about visibility. You heard us talk a lot all last season about visibility out the front of these new Audis, and those front wheel arches are so high, but also I think it was a great shot there. In the daytime, I never really noticed it, but the way the seat headrest curled around, the lateral support, obviously in a big accident, like the Bill Sweeder accident earlier, I bet he wishes he had a seat like that. But it really does go forward of Tom's eye line, and that just can't help either.
Yeah, well, you know, and again, but they are pulling so many G's in this car that, you know, that kind of support, especially when you're going through the faster corners, Brian, whether it's 1 or 17, you get towards the end of the race, your neck is fatigued. Holding your head up, you know, something sounds so easy is very, very trying and difficult. Now, you know, one of the most difficult things that Tom is dealing with right now, cold tires, low pressure. Again, out laps are so important. It does make a big difference. Now, what is also very difficult that we don't discuss much is that when a guy leaves for his first stint at the night, it's very difficult. He's got to refine all his reference point, but also what's on the racetrack. There could be debris out there that he's unaware of.
Time beginning to run out. One more pit stop for every class of car. When do you make it? How do you use that strategy to your advantage? Can you gain a position? Do you roll the dice? Those answers still yet to be answered from here at Sebring. Let's take a look at a little more history. 2011 saw Sebring return to prominence on the world stage as a round of the ALMS and the new Intercontinental Le Mans Cup. The rivalry between Audi and Peugeot carried on and actually got physical. That opened the door for a massive upset. The little team that loves U.S. racing, Oreca, returned to Sebring glory for the first time in 11 years. Racing with their outdated but race-proven Peugeot 908, and drivers Olivier Panis, Luc Duval, and Nicolas Lapierre gave emotional team owner Hugh de Schonack his first win in a major endurance race. The Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring continues on speed. Welcome back, everyone. Brian Till along with Johnny O'Connell and Justin Bell. You ride on board the number 1 Audi. Leading this event, Oliver Jarvis behind the wheel, and some questions about the undertray on this car. Really, for a large part of this event, it came loose earlier and was vibrating. The crew taped it back up underneath, but as of late, seems like that bare bond, those large strips of almost giant duct tape to hold it back on, have come loose. And I know the officials wanting to take a close look at it as well, Chris.
Yeah, during that last pit stop, Charlie Cook, the technical director for AMSA and American Le Mans Series, was looking underneath the back of the car because corner workers have been radioing in that that car is sparking heavily, and Audi was telling them that they said it was the light for the slip sensor underneath that car, that as the car was bouncing around, that light was kind of spreading and getting closer, and that might give the idea that there's sparks under there. As we can see the car going around the racetrack, we can definitely see some sparks bouncing around underneath the car. As soon as it left pit lane, I went back and spoke to Charlie, and he said when he looked under it, he had a flashlight, and he said the bottom of the car looks fine. The only thing that he can think is at speed that maybe the jab rock, the plank underneath the car, is bouncing a little bit and hitting the bottom of the road. Right now he's looking at the car through our cameras, and I think he's seeing a lot more sparks than he realized potentially were there.
Yeah, there is absolutely no question. They looked at it on the last pit stop and they didn't see it, but it's like we were saying in here when that happened, well, you don't see it at rest. It's at speed when that undertray gets drawn down. and that's when it begins to rub on the ground. In GT Challenge, the leader is in, the number 22 from Alex Job Racing.
And as Alex Job told us, Jerome Bleekemolen staying in for the duration. They would have back-timed this to figure out when they needed to fuel for their last pit stop, but they're also going to give Jerome some fresh rubber to go out there and do battle with any of those other GTC drivers that may catch him. They've been working, but they are a little bit delayed there on the left rear tire. Costly couple of seconds there for Jerome, but he's back out on pit lane.
Well, with just under an hour to go, 59 minutes and 24 seconds, we don't think he can go the distance, so there'll be another splash perhaps in the future for the 22 car. It'll be interesting to see. Charlie Cook, the official, in the white there you see, well, as he stepped into frame, official in very large letters on the back, talking to Brad Kettler from Audi, and Brad's going, no, it's not really that much spark, but I'm thinking it's a little bit more. They're kind of pleading their case, and I don't think it's working too well. We'll see how it turns out.
Well, actually, I think it was a pretty good conversation because I just spoke with Charlie as he pulled away, and he said that Brad told him that that plank underneath the car is fastened to the floor with metal bobbins, and those bobbins are actually recessed into the plank, and he said because of the damage on there, that plank has been dragging on the road, and it's worn away enough, so now those metal bobbins are actually bouncing off the pavement. Charlie Cook kind of looked and said, okay, that's fine.
Wow. That's good news for them. I mean, especially when you think about our concern when we saw it earlier was that it would break off and go underneath the rear wheels, and if it did it in the middle of a corner, it would be a huge problem. And I will retract what I said a minute ago. 59 minutes, that GTC Porsche can probably make it on that tank of fuel, so they could be very well good to go, and Bleekemolen may be set to run that last 59 minutes and change to the checkered flag.
And we are going to see one heck of a run to the checkered flag by these Audis. Tom Christensen, so talented, so gifted, probably, you know, history is going to remember him as probably the world's greatest endurance driver. You know, what he's done at Le Mans, what he has done here at Sebring, this guy has achieved, and just, you know, numbers that you can't even really fathom, you know, the success that he's had at Le Mans, but right now really being tested because he's got to catch his teammate and get by.
And remember, your teammate is really in the identical car, is the only person on that track that you know exactly what they're capable of. So the car in front with that small margin, there's a lot to race for.
And Tommy Milner has been chasing down Jimmy Bruni in the 62 in GT. He's now on pit road.
And it looks like he's cut about 10 seconds out of that lead. When we talked to Ollie Gavin after he got out, the gap was about 36 seconds. It was 26 before Tommy came down to make this pit stop and get his new Michelin tires so he can get back out there and try to close that gap some more. We heard Ollie Gavin said he thinks they can get it done on the track, but certainly having a good, clean, quick pit stop like that doesn't hurt.
This one's going to be close. As far as fuel goes, 56 minutes, I think they're going to need help to make this one.
Well, it's going to be very close, but I mean, these Corvette engineers, they're pretty smart. They know their mileages. And you know, one of the interesting things, you saw Tommy Milner there just even before he got to pit out, shaking the car up, trying to get any sort of heat and scrubbing those tires that he could. The out lap, this is going to be a critical lap in his stint. How aggressively can he charge? He's probably taken his TC. If he's running TC3, he's moved it up to TC8, doing everything he possibly can to keep him spinning out, trying to get the power down.
The BMW is just wanting to show, hey, listen, I know you're on your out lap, but you know, my car is working really well. I was talking with a couple of the guys back in the catering tent in our last stint, and they really are saying that car's been fun to drive. Very promising for the rest of the season.
Now Risi Competizione in the pits.
And Jimmy Bruni is getting out of the car. They're doing a driver change. I just ran it down here, so I didn't have a chance to see who's getting in the car. But I would imagine that it'd be Olivier Beretta. It looks like a perfectly standard pit stop for new Michelin tires and fuel.
Well, they will see if they can maintain that lead, but Tommy Milner is going to be hungry for a Sebring victory. That Corvette has been absolutely flying.
You know, I actually think it was Malalucci that was getting in that car. I don't think that was Olivier's helmet.
Nope.
And it is go time for these guys. The pressure on this guy to perform. Again, remember, he's on sticker tires. They're going to be slippery this first out lap. feeling so much pressure.
And that is a huge nod of confidence to place him in that car with under an hour to go. Well, we talk about the Corvette chasing him down. The American Le Mans Series and Chevrolet Corvette have teamed up again for the sports car racing fans' dream. A grand prize of an all-new 2014 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray and an expense-paid VIP insider trip to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Go to racetowincorvette.com for your chance to win the ultimate sports car fans prize. And Johnny, you can enter. If you want to keep up with Supercross, check out and subscribe to our Moto Racing mobile alerts. Get the latest Supercross race results and breaking news sent right to your phone. Text Moto to Speed 3 for Speed Motorcycle Racing text alerts now. Back at the Mobil 1, 12 Hours of Sebring. To say that it is dark down the back straightaway would be an understatement. Just the headlights as you head down into 17. A little more ambient light on the front straightaway because of the lights along pit road, but it is dark back in the back. You ride with Tom Christensen down the front straight, running second right now, just about 2.5 seconds behind Benoit Trillier, and he and Trillier have been mixing it up these last couple of laps. Just a couple of moments ago, look at this. Trillier gets caught in traffic, and TK right there, and tries to slide alongside. They touched.
They certainly did touch, Brian. I mean, but then...
Look at this!
Oh, my God, that is spectacular.
Oh, that's great
I mean,
stuff.
that is equal opportunity blocking. That is, he kind of messed both Audis up.
And look at this from the onboard. Go here. No, that's not it. No, that's not going to work. You're on board the two. Christensen, he's like, I'll go this way. Oh, that's, no.
And that was brilliant, trying the outside, but then, gets squeezed on the exit. And sayonara to it.
And Jan Halen in the 11, the JDX entry is going, come on, guys, I want to survive. I just want to survive. And we said earlier that I felt like Dr. Ulrich would let him race. Well, it has not been determined which Audi is going to be preferred to take the victory. These boys are racing hard. Tom Christensen, the master, trying to use that traffic to his advantage, but Trillier kind of gets the best of it. And gaps TK just a little bit. Now remember the confidence level that Benoit Trillier must have to Le Le Mans victories in a row with his teammates, Andre Lauderer and Marcel Fässler. So they are at one with these R18 prototypes. He is very comfortable with it, and he and his teammates very, very quick. Of course, Lauderer not driving this weekend. I did see him my last break standing downstairs talking to some of the Audi crew. This weekend it's Fässler, Trellier, and Oliver Jarvis behind the wheel of the one.
Well, and the guys in the one car, man, they are total gunfighters, and there's nothing more when you're those guys that you want than to beat legends, to beat Alan McNish, to beat Tom Christensen. And so this is at those moments where, you know what, you're great drivers, step it up. And right now, Trellier definitely stepping it up.
Well, it's great to see them racing to the end. We said they'll have one more pit stop, and I guarantee you the engineers on the box are going to pull out all the stops and lay down the cards and play them the best that they can to see if one can gain an advantage over the other. Back to the leader in GT, Matteo Malicelli for Risi Competizione in the 62.
And he is, Brian, big time under attack by Tommy Milner in the Corvette. I was very surprised. They pulled Bruni out in the last stop. And you know what? Bruni is a rocket ship. That guy is so fast. But doing a driver change at the night is extremely difficult because the guy getting in doesn't know what's going on the circuit.
Well, Jimmy Bruni just timed out. Let's check in with Jamie.
It is a big vote of confidence for Matteo Malicelli to get in the car right to the checkered flag in his first race with the team and in the United States. Jimmy Bruni was meant to finish out this race for the number 62 car, but you're not up to par as a driver. What's going on right now?
No, the car is running very well, and I had a little bit of back problem. I couldn't feel really the right legs, so I preferred to stop at 50 minutes to go and put Matteo in the car. It was consistent to the other team, so I'm sure he's doing a great job.
How difficult is it as a driver when you're supposed to take the car to the checkered flag to put that faith in someone else?
It's okay. We are a team. We are winning together. We are losing together. I trust him. He trusts me. So I'm sure it will be okay.
We all know it's a team sport. We're getting to the closing stages of the race. Can the car make it without another pit stop?
I think the car is running well. Matteo is great, so I hope he's gonna bring the car home.
Not giving away any strategy secrets down here at Risi, guys.
Now, we talk about how important the seating position is and sharing with other drivers. Sometimes you need a little pad here or there, a little adjustment. It sounds like perhaps the seat not quite right there for Jimmy Bruni as Tom Milner picked up another 2 seconds on Malicelli. Perhaps that pad in the back of the seat just not in the right place for Bruni that last lap, beginning to press on a nerve. And when you can't feel your right leg, and that's the one that operates the go pedal, it is time to get out.
For me, it was always that back pain came in not from the pad behind my lower back, but it's if you had any lateral movement in your hips, because then you find yourself supporting yourself through the corner using your lower back, and once that goes, you have no chance of getting it back during the race. So I think that's probably the problem there.
I feel bad for Malicelli because he's been put as a driver in an extremely difficult situation. You've got to go out there, you've got to dig to try to win the 12 hours of Sebring, and you know Corvette is coming. You know, one of the most annoying things right now, Malicelli, he will come by the pits and he will hear +7, +8. And each time he comes by, if he knows that Corvette is eating into that, you know, that gap that he has, it's just the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah, he really, in many ways, will not thank Bruni for, for so many reasons. But he could pull it out. I tell you what, they wouldn't have done it if they don't think he's capable of it.
Well, absolutely. Matteo Malicelli has stepped into this team, and he has performed flawlessly. In fact, at times today, he was faster than Olivier Beretta, and there's no other bullet to go to. They have to place him in there, and it's time to go. But learning this Sebring racetrack in the daylight is one thing, but he is not driven here very much at all at night, and that is the challenge.
And Brian, if I'm Wolf Hensler in third, I've got good feelings because I know these guys could have contact. They're going to be battling down to the wire.
We will take another quick break from Sebring International Raceway, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. When we come back, Bob Varsha, Calvin Fish, Dorsey Schrader will be with you to take you to the checkered flag.
Just 39 minutes remaining in the 61st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring here on Speed, and we have great battles in nearly every class in store to be decided in those 38 minutes. On board the number 4 Corvette, Tommy Milner about 8.5 seconds behind the GT class leader, young Matteo Malucelli in the Ferrari, who has done very little night driving. But the GTC class also very close. The 66 of Damien Faulkner, we understand, has a major brake issue, and they are just trying to hang on over Jeroen Bleekmolen, one of the best Porsche 911 drivers in the world, closing up quickly in the second place car.
You cannot attack and you cannot defend when you have a brake issue. I mean, all you can do is try to do the best you can do, stay on the racing circuit in the middle of the night. But as far as trying to do something with that, it's very risky.
It's going to be awfully tough. He's got Bleekmolen, Pumpelly, Halen, Edwards, Lally out there right now, all chasing him down. So this is going to be really tough.
Yeah, I just spoke to Kevin Buckler. Kevin Buckler tells me that they do have this major brake problem. The pads are down virtually to the metal, and what he's decided to do is try and hang on, but he says we can't really respond now, but it will just take us too long to try and change the pads, so they're just hoping that something else will happen. So big disappointment, Damien Faulkner, super driver from Ireland, so we'll just have to see how that works out in the next few minutes, but I suspect he's going to lose the lead.
I would imagine Jeroen Bleekmolen took 3 seconds off of the class leader on the last lap.
You can run with no brake pad on the front, you know, metal to metal, but you can't brake efficiently, and it's quite dangerous. What will happen is that the brake pad itself, the metal background, will get so hot that it'll wipe around the piston. When it does that, then you're rear brake only, and if they have a brake bias, I'd be going to that rear brake right now if they have that option.
Yeah, Bleekmolen is coming in a hurry here. Alex Joe finished 1-2 here last year. They've had 8 Sebring class victories, and it looks to me like they're going to add another one. Pumpelly's now quite a bit further behind, about 36 seconds behind the leader, about 33 seconds behind Bleekmolen, so he shouldn't be a factor for the Alex Job racing machine. There we see it. WeatherTech took victory at Daytona in the GT class. Will they claim the 12-hour? What a start to their racing year.
It's a shame. I mean, the leader at 36 minutes ago is going to fall into a complete survival mode, not a race mode by any means. There's some things they could do if he took it back into the pit lane, but it still wouldn't be fast. They wouldn't be able to fix the problem. Just hide it. Put a Band-Aid on it. That's all they can do.
Yeah, just got to cruise. I mean, you've got to get it to the finish. 36 minutes on the board. Just try and get it to the finish, because if you make a pit stop for pads, you're just going to plummet down the order.
I've been in this position so many times. It's really an awkward thing to do. It's a drivable car, but that's about it. It's not a raceable car. It's a drivable car.
Both cars in your picture. Meanwhile, up front, the gap from first to second, 2.9 seconds. Trellier to his Audi teammate Christensen.
There you see the 2 leaders in GTC. You see how early Damien Faulkner's getting on the brakes there. Bleekmolen just closes that gap tremendously there down in turn 1. That's the second car in frame right now. Prototype coming up into the mix.
He's in crisis control mode, right? And there's nothing you can do. I mean, right now, just give it what you got. Hold on, hope, pray a little bit. It's a bad situation having to drive under those conditions, because you have to brake light and you got to brake very, very early. And there's still no guarantee that you're not going to just have a pedal go right to the floor and then have a big accident.
Let's get more on the GTC class competition with Jamie.
One driver that was supposed to be competing in GTC this weekend was Sasha Maassen. He is sick with the flu and not out there today, but he did say something very interesting about doing this race in the GTC category. He is a 4-time class winner here at Sebring, but he said this is the fairest way of motorsport. Every advantage you gain in GTC is because you did something better, whether it was the prep of the car, the drivers, the pit work. He said you have to first not lose this race in order to win it. So while it is unfortunate that TRG is holding on by a thread in the closing stages of the race, that's what this kind of racing is all about. You can't lose it in order to win it. It's about being the strongest all the way to the end.
And the deed is done, as you saw Jeroen Bleekmolen in the blaze of headlights get by Damien Faulkner to take over the class lead in GTC.
Yeah, he was defenseless. Nothing he could do, Damien Faulkner. He's just got to try and hang on here. Maybe they can still claim a podium position. I think Pompelli is maybe going to be in range as well here shortly.
Currently about 33 seconds behind is Spencer Pompelli. Let's take a look at the pass from overhead.
The two there, right? You see it just
there. It is.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even close. The problem you have now with that metal to metal is that there's the heat transfer coming off that brake pad goes right now through the piston into the caliper. You boil the brake fluid on the front. Your pedal's going to go right to the floor at some point, and you're sitting duck. I mean, all you can do now is keep backpedaling, actually. Slow the car down.
Exactly. He's just got to back those braking points way up, so he's really not exerting those brakes any more than he needs to try and just get this car to the checkered flag tonight. There we see our leader in the GT class. Malicelli's done a great job. It is so hard to run here at Sebring at night, getting in the car late, and also when you haven't raced here at night. This is his first time racing at Sebring. He has done a tremendous job. This was close. Look at this, down the inside, up over the curb on the Flying Lizard GTC car. That was a close call.
Yeah, I don't think they touched it. It's only because he got up on that curb, tried to drive into the grass to avoid the wreck that was about to happen.
Boy, this boy has responded to the pressure. He was really thrown right in the eye of the barrel here, and Corvette were coming after him, but he's kind of stabilized that gap to Tommy Milner.
Really dirty racetrack. You got to watch making these passes. If you have to go offline, you can get yourself in trouble.
The gap is barely 6 seconds in GT as the seconds continue to tick away. The 61st Mobil won 12 hours of Sebring after almost 12 hours of racing. Great battles everywhere. We'll be back. Last year saw the return of the FIA World Endurance Championship to Sebring following a 40-year absence. Audi unveiled their R18 TDI and claimed a 5th debut victory for the brand. The win was the 10th for Audi and 6th for Tom Christensen, joined at Audi Sport Team Yost by Dindo Capello and Alan McNish.
50, 2, 1, off, off, off.
Hey, Calvin. Audi will, the number 1 car will be coming in shortly. Who are you talking about? G-A-D-E, Gade.
It's a short stop. It is a short stop. Okay, Ben, you are fueled to the end of the race now.
Final 20 minutes of the 61st. Mobil 1, 12 Hours of Sebring. Here are the standings in the Michelin Green X Challenge. Audi Sport 1 and 2, Muscle Milk in 3rd place. We'll also show you the GT standings. Michelin Green X Challenge, an award honoring the prototyping GT teams that are the cleanest, fastest, and most efficient on the track. Here you see the GT standings. Clean, fast, and efficient. Entering the final 20 minutes, actually less than 19 minutes remaining here at the 12 Hours of Sebring. It remains an Audi 1-2. Benoit Trullier separated from Tom Christensen by just over a minute. There you see the one car of Trullier.
Both the lead Audis have made their final pit stops, Bob, and a little bit of a gamble. They brought TK in with about 30 minutes to go. Lead again decided to keep Benoit Trullier out there for about another 10 minutes, and the risk of doing that was if there was a yellow, pit lane would have been closed and they would have sacrificed the lead. So a little bit of a gamble there. It hasn't been a factor because it's been a very clean race here. We haven't seen any yellows here today, but even so, that was one that could have called them out.
See, whatever's dragging on that Audi is getting worse as it goes along. They've been looking at it all during the race. Used to just do it on the back straightaway on high speed, but now all the way around the racetrack you see sparks.
Chris talked about it, packing in the debris from around the circuit, and it's probably just forcing that piece lower and lower. So it's now touching the deck pretty much everywhere, and I'm just surprised it hasn't affected the performance of the car. I mean, the 1 and the 2 machine have been pretty much trading fastest laps throughout the course of this event, so no dramatic difference, even with that aerodynamic issue.
Yeah, usually when you get the under tray oscillating like that, it does the whole car up and down, pulls the front end all the way down, then loses the air underneath the car, bounces it back up off the dampers, and it's a handful.
Time of scoring is recycled now. The gap, Trullier to Christensen, 19.5 seconds.
Trullier really laid down some very fast laps there after Tom had made his pit stops to create that buffer.
Oh. 3 wide there. 52 gets by the 8.
That's for the lead in LMPC. It's in the middle of that scrum.
Yeah, got trapped in the center.
This LMPC battle is going down to the wire.
That's right. David Estella going by Kyle Marcelli.
Not sure Marcel even knew he was there, to be honest with you, because all those cars.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Action.
That was like a roller coaster ride.
17. Wow, what a ride.
Could be a debut Sebring victory for young David Estella.
Been on a mechanical bull coming through that corner.
Well, you don't think they'll feel that tomorrow after getting beat around like that for the last 12?
Check out the GT battle. There is young Matteo Malucelli, who's entrusted with this pole-sitting Ferrari 458 Italia
Look who's right behind him now.
That's right. I was about to say, that's the Corvette right there.
Tommy Milner is all over him, and this
here's
is why
why
the gap is closed. Look at this.
Oh, Malucelli forced off, trying to get around.
Picked the wrong side of one of the Dempsey Racing GTC machines and lost several seconds there, and now the pressure is on. One thing learning to get into a rhythm around Sebring at night. Now when you're trying to defend with these glaring headlights behind you, that's a whole different matter.
Oh, man. Now the bone's right there. Look at it. With 15 minutes to go, it's all out.
What a performance by this Corvette squad to dig deep here today. Had that penalty when Westbrook turned the Ferrari around, also had the issue with the dash. Oh, look at this, Malucelli is wide, or is it Malucelli?
Yeah, he just went by.
Yeah, that was
Malucelli
pretty
I think the four's in the lead.
Tough to see in the darkness there, but I think Malucelli went wide there in turn 10.
He did indeed.
Copy, we saw. Okay, catch him up.
I wonder if he's got debris on the tires, or he's just not getting that grip, having had that previous off, but the Corvette is through for the lead with 14 minutes to go.
I think you're spot on, Calvin. I think he's got debris on the tires. Take a look. Yeah, he's just pushed right off the outside of the racetrack. Does a good job here not to spin across.
Hardly lifted in the sand.
But that just pushed right off the racetrack. I mean, just like it would with the tires full of debris.
There's a lot of pressure placed on him by Jimmy Bruni. I'm certainly thinking that Risi expected Bruni to finish this race off. So much experience here, so much success. Bruni had the back issue, said, I got to get out of the car. And they said, okay, get ready. Get your helmet on. And they put him under the gun. He was doing a great job, got into a rhythm. But a couple of mistakes here in the last 5 minutes has cost him dearly.
Boy, Tommy Milner was right there to pounce. I mean, he had caught that all up. It's the one break he's been looking for.
You talk about momentum. That 4 car just seems to have it. Ollie Gavin, Tommy Milner, they're a great pairing.
They were laps down. I mean, like you said, they had the dash electrical problem. They had penalties that put them behind. They were laps down, had to wake it back up. They've just been digging the entire 12 hours.
Richard Westbrook said, I'm the unlucky chump with this squad. He said, every time I show up, they have problems. They've won everything else this year, but maybe that will change here today.
So young Matteo Malucelli goes from the hunted to the hunter. Check out and subscribe to our Moto Racing Mobile Alerts. Get the latest Supercross race results, breaking news right on your phone. Text MOTO to Speed 3 for Speed Motorcycle Racing text alerts now. Less than 13 minutes remaining now. There you see the class leaders, including the new class leader in GT, the Corvette, Tommy Milner.
Okay, should be.
Back at Sebring in the 61st Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring, now coming up on 8 minutes remaining. We'll take you straight to the checkered flag. With Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader, I'm Bob Varsha. We'll be all hands on deck as the checkered flag waves, and we take you past the finish to meet the winners. Matteo Malucelli got into the car, replacing the man who put it on pole, Jimmy Bruni, was having back troubles and asked to get out of the car with 50 minutes to go. Rather than Olivier Beretta, the veteran with so many victories here, they decided to go with the young Italian, the former Ferrari Challenge world champion. He got in the car, made a mistake, went wide, and the Corvette, Tommy Milner, was there to pounce and seize the class lead. And now, Malucelli's trying to make amends. There's the Corvette up ahead.
He's regrouped nicely. He's really stabilized those lap times. I think he's got the debris off his tires, running some good pace here. He's got his head down, but unless Milner hits some traffic, he's got a nice little 2-second buffer right now. Or the brake rotors glowing here under heavy braking down there for turn 10.
Some question on Milner as far as fuel goes. I mean, it's going to be extremely tight with these last laps clicking off. He's having to run really hard because the Ferrari's right behind him. I mean, he can't coast around here.
Yeah, he pitted a lap before Malucelli, so he's got to stretch that fuel just a little bit further. It's going to be awfully tight, certainly within a lap or so.
Time to award our battery tender hard charger, and I think it is unanimous that Tommy Milner and the number 4 Corvette team, sharing with Richard Westbrook and Oliver Gavin, are our hard chargers of this 61st running of the 12 hours.
Well, they were far enough back at one point we almost counted them down and out. You know, they had electrical problems here. Dashboard came off. They're down a couple laps at one given point in time. I mean, they had penalties for different things.
Well,
they had to do a lot to come back from that.
Remember Richard Westbrook's interview when he was given the penalty for contact?
Yeah, there's going to be talk about that for a while still.
Oh, boy.
Controversial calls here today in terms of the contact, but I think you've got to be consistent. If you're making those calls on one, you've got to do it on everyone, even if everyone's pretty frustrated by it.
This would be a first-class victory for both Richard Westbrook and Tommy Milner, the 5th for Oliver Gavin. P2 class leader, new Papa Marino Franchitti, who has yet to see his new son, is in position to take home a trophy from the 12 hours.
That'll be a special trophy, won't it, Cal?
That would be something special. Wife Holly and baby Luke at home in England. And Jim Marino's itching to get back, but right now he's just got to hang on here. 5 minutes to go. Ryan Hunter Ray is chasing him down, but he's got a healthy lead right now. Shouldn't be a problem as he gets drama here in the final 5 minutes.
Now let's move to the GTC class. The leader is Jeroen Bleekemolen, who put that pass on the ailing Damien Faulkner earlier on. Faulkner is now third and desperately trying to hold on to a podium position. Spencer Pumpelly got him. And Bleekemolen has about a half-minute lead over Pumpelly.
Yeah, we thought he'd come under attack by Spencer, and now he's trying to hang on to a podium finish. Sean Edwards is getting close to him as well as Jan Halen. Both those guys on the same lap as Damien Faulkner, who's basically out of brakes.
You're not going to lose 30 seconds in 4 minutes unless you make a mistake or something breaks on the car. This Alex Job racing Porsche, it's been perfect all day. I mean, it's been running like. And Jeroen is a really good race car driver, so I don't see it happening. I think he's in pretty good shape.
His record in these cars is just unbelievable. We talked about last year running with 4 different teams within the same category, 3 wins in a second. And when he was available, Alex Job just jumped.
It will be the first win in class at Sebring for Jeroen Bleekemolen, despite that glittering resume you mentioned. Second for Dion von Molke, and the first for young Cooper McNeil.
In the 9th for Alex Job Racing.
About Dion von Molke, he's having a stunning start to the year, right? Won the 24-hour race in WeatherTech colors in an Audi R8 at Daytona just a couple of months ago. Oh, look at this.
And there goes
TK's pushing hard.
Second place.
He hasn't given up on trying to claim his 7th overall victory here at Sebring.
Just when we're counting a victory, things could go bad just like that.
And checking the gap, Treluyer leads Christensen by just 12 seconds.
It's coming down, and what an emotional week it has been for Tom Christensen. We talked about the fact that his father passed away just 8 days ago. Carl Eric was so close to Tom. He got here late in the week, got his head down, and he is such a professional. He's just taken the task at hand and driven a brilliant race.
The clock is ticking. TK may run out of time. A little bit of brake lock up ahead on the road.
12 seconds is nothing if a mistake's made, though.
He's pushing really hard, Dorsey, to make sure that that pressure stays on him, because he needs Benoit Treluyer to be hearing that gap coming down on his radio, so he starts to force the issue a little bit in traffic.
Neither car can make a mistake at this point. Like you say, Tom is pushing really, really hard. You saw right there when he made that pass, it was a pass that was kind of a desperate pass.
He was recently inducted to the Motorsport Hall of Fame over in England last month, and his regular teammates Dindo Capello and Alan McNish were there to induct him. And one of the things that Alan said about Tom, he is a remarkable driver with such a record, but at night he is simply spectacular.
There's your race leader, Benoit Treluyer. He, Marcel Fässler, who put this car on pole, and Oliver Jarvis would pick up their first Sebring victories as the Audi juggernaut rolls on.
He got it loose there, Calvin.
Yeah, he's pushing. White flag lap, 1 to go.
1 to go, final lap. And lots of traffic. After 12 hours of racing, 37 of the 42 starters are still circulating.
You talk about momentum. What a ride these guys have had for the last couple of years. Their regular teammate Andre Lauder is not here with them this weekend, trying to spread the load. They got Ollie Jarvis in, trying to get him some seat time prior to Le Mans. But for Benoit Treluyer, Marcel Fässler, 2 consecutive Le Mans victories, the World Endurance Championship crown last year, maybe their first Sebring win.
Gate, the race engineer, advising Treluyer, and this is it. 1 clean, fast lap to the top of the podium.
Gap is down to 10 seconds. Tom takes another 2 seconds out of that lead, but it's a little bit too little, too late possibly today.
Yeah, without a mistake or a mechanical issue, you're not going to make up any 10 seconds.
Ben's just got to keep it clean here. Not too much traffic ahead of him. Couple of cars to clear, then it should be smooth sailing.
Passing the GT battle, first the Ferrari of Malucelli.
This is good.
Corvette.
This is going to be big for the Corvette, because if the overall leader gets by the Corvette, this will also be the Corvette's final lap.
That's
so
right.
this is going to be critical, and this is going to take the opportunity away from the Ferrari to have a go at the Corvette.
The only time you're saying, come on, pass me, pass me.
Please. There he goes. Down the back straightaway one final time. Perhaps it's only appropriate that Audi, who have dominated this race on so many occasions,
comes through with a lineup of drivers who will take their first overall Sebring victory, the 11th for Audi in the last 14 runnings of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And there goes the Corvette leading the Ferrari home in GT.
Wow, what a day for Audi to come back, possibly their final visit, certainly in this guise of car. There you see the team celebrate the perfect performance. Saw the sparks flying underneath, and the Corvette boys dug deep. What a start to their championship year. There's Westy, he'll be pumped. First win with the Corvette squad.
David Estella brought the PC class winning car through. Congratulations to him, and there's the 66 that led the class with less than an hour to go, and he will lose that podium position.
He's got to go, but doggone it.
Well, that's not a brake issue, Dorsey. No. Something else is amiss now.
It's not a brake, it's a broke.
We saw him in the pit lane, unless they didn't quite give him a big enough splash of fuel there.
They could be that too, Calvin. They very much short filled it. Looks like that because he's trying to get it go. What a shame.
What a blow after almost 12 hours. Incredible.
And there's Marino Franchitti celebrating the birth of his new son with a class win here in Sebring as well.
Attaboy.
Lucky Luca.
Little Luca, daddy's on his way home with a new toy.
Follows in the footsteps of his brother Dario, who won here a few years ago in the P2 class.
I think of the driver lineup the Franchitti family at large could produce, with Dario Franchitti, Marino Franchitti, and cousin Paul di Resta, who's busy in Australia in his Formula One Force India.
Yeah, qualified in the top 10, so the whole family is pumped here today. Dario's here, he's been watching from the corners. He, Pat Long, and Jörg Bergmeister are out on turn 12, they tweeted, having a look at the race cars. That'd make a pretty good trio to be driving here today.
Exactly. We saw fireworks at the end, and now fireworks to celebrate as the post-race celebrations begin here at Sebring, Florida. We'll take a break and return to hear from the winners in another dramatic conclusion to the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
Of Heidfeld, Yanni, and Prost.
Let's get down to victory lane and hear from our winners with Brian Till.
Benoit celebrating with his teammates. Benoit, you started this race, you finished this race. The emotion on that final lap, knowing the victory was yours.
Yeah, it's really great. I'm really happy. My mates, my team did a really great job. We had a fantastic car, and we just enjoying the car, the big emotion in every corners. It was just great, you know, it's just super cool to be here. My first win in America, thanks to America, thanks to my mates, thanks to my team, thanks to everybody.
And Marcel, you've been here before. You've been in the American Le Mans Series. You tasted the champagne at Le Mans, but you take your first victory here at Sebring. You're known as being steady and fast and the anchor guy, but you put it on the pole to claim the pole and the victory here at Sebring. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's just a great day, I think, for all of us of the team. And it was really so tight with our sister car, and I think everyone could win, but we were a little bit more lucky in the end. Both of my teammates, they did an awesome job, and the team, great pit stops, everything. Really, really happy day for us.
And for Oliver Jarvis, I think you're going to move to Florida, because this year in Florida has been very good for you and for Audi. You take the victory in GT at the Rolex 24, and now in the final American Le Mans Series event at Sebring, you take the victory. How special is this? 2 wins for Audi in Florida this year for you.
This has been an amazing start to the year. I think I need to move here, like you say, give myself a drive. I've had the best start to the year I could ever hope for, and what a race. Benoit, Marcel, it's been a privilege to drive with them. You know, they normally drive with Andre Lotterer. I've been fortunate enough to come in, and I couldn't have had 2 better teammates, so a huge thanks to them, and of course Audi and all the guys.
And now a look at the GT results. Dorsey?
In what was a great run right there. I'll tell you what, Matteo Medelcelli there at the end in the Risi Ferrari messed up in traffic and let Tommy Milner and Team Corvette come back with a remarkable win.
Let's hear from them now with Jamie Howe.
And it's an excited look of disbelief on the face of Tommy Milner as he gets the congratulations from the team boss, Doug Feehan. Tommy, that's a lot of trust to put into the hands of you to take this home to the checkered flag. What does this win mean to you?
It's huge. It's huge. I've come close here at Sebring multiple times, but to be here with Corvette Racing, 15th year of the ALMS, sort of last year as it exists now, to get the win in that fashion is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It was a great fight. Congratulations. And for your co-driver, Oliver Gavin, you guys are defending a championship. You're starting it off in championship fashion. You've won here before. How is this one different?
Oh, this one was just the best because it was just, you know, Tommy was coming, catching the Ferrari the whole way. It was super, super close. It had us all, you know, biting our nails, but so proud of the team today. Corvette Racing did an amazing, amazing job. Pit stops were gaining us time all the time. And it's just fantastic to win this Sebring 12 Hours with Tommy and Richard. First win with Richard here at Corvette Racing. Really proud of everybody today.
It's also the first win at Sebring for Richard Westbrook, your first win with Corvette Racing. Coming here to Sebring as a third driver, how excited are you?
It's just unbelievable. I mean, you just hear the atmosphere here. I'm just so proud to be part of Team Chevy, and Tommy, what he did at the end was extraordinary, but also a big thanks to our crew here because we nailed every single pit stop, and they took me from 4th to 1st in one stop, and they were just the best all day. And I'm glad they're not all like that, but that was just amazing. I'll never forget this day.
To them. Now to the results in the P2 category.
Well, Level 5 certainly have this place figured out. Their 4th consecutive win here. The win going to Tucker, Franchitti, and Briscoe, and in 3rd place, rounding out the top 3 there, is the Grease Motorsport entry of Kimber Smith, Lux, and Zugel.
Marino Franchitti led the winning team. He's standing by with our Kelly Stavist in victory lane.
Well, Scott Tucker has now won the 12 Hours of Sebring 4 years in a row, but we've got 2 first-time winners in the P2 class, Ryan Briscoe and Marino Franchitti. And Marino, for you, you've got a shiny new trophy to bring home to your new son.
Yeah, I was thinking that's definitely for baby Luca there and my wife Ollie. It's fantastic, just delighted. But obviously thanks to Level 5, Scott Tucker, for having us here. Ryan, both Ryans in both cars, Simon Pagino, it was a great team effort this weekend. I think you saw in qualifying and in the race with the speeds of the car, they were completely tied together. So this Ironman, I think, has done 6 hours and 45 minutes. So he's putting us young guys to shame. But fantastic. Finished second here 3 times, and to finally get the victory, I'm delighted.
Congratulations.
And now to the PC category, presented by Continental Tire.
In PC, David Ostella bested Kyle Marcelli at the end over Tristan Nunez. A great race there. Congratulations to David.
Chris Neville is standing by with our winners. Take it away, Chris.
Yeah, and Prototype Challenge, it was back and forth all day, the 05, the 9, the 52, and in the end, it was Bobby Oracle's group that comes away with the victory. And David Ostella, wow, what a great week for you before Monday. You had never seen this place, but you got some laps here and you kept the car out front.
Yeah, it was amazing. You know, first time here in the American Le Mans Series with the Continental Tires, and, you know, this car was just hooked up all race. The team did an awesome job. Got to thank PR1 Motorsports. And David Chang and Michael Gouache, you know, they drove what they had to do. They did what they had to do on the track and got what was done. We kept our heads down, made as little mistakes as possible, and we ended up on top.
And the GTC category wraps things up, Calvin.
Well, Alex Job Racing, their 2nd consecutive victory here in GTC and their 9th class win at the Sebring 12 Hour. What a performance by that team.
Now let's get down to Andrew Marriott.
Yes, indeed, and Jerome Bleeker-Molen, a great drive, and it was quite tight at the end, but Damien Faulkner had a problem, and you went by him.
Yeah, I mean, we were on a bit of a different strategy, so it all looked good. It's been an awesome week. Since we started here on Monday, testing the car's been so good, and the race went really well. I mean, unfortunately, we had a puncture, so we dropped a lap, but the guys ran really fast, and we got it back, and in the end, I just had a great car, and fantastic.
Fantastic indeed. Final results at the Michelin Green X Challenge for the 12 Hours. Audi Sport, 1st and 2nd, Muscle Milk 3rd. Remember, this competition will go on at each individual race and all season long. There is the GT results. Risi Competizione did not get the win, but they pick up the trophy in the Green X Challenge. Time for final thoughts. Dorsey, how about you?
Remarkable 12 hours where only 5 cars failed to finish out of 42 after racing as hard as they did right down to the wire. This was a good one.
There were some great battles throughout all 5 classes here today, but that one in GT, the Corvette sneaking that win away from the Ferrari at the end of the day, that was something else.
It was indeed a terrific race. Upcoming events, next stop of the American Le Mans Series, Long Beach, April 21st, 1 p.m. on your local ABC affiliate. And for the Grand American Rolex Series, it will be Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama for the Porsche 250 coming your way here on Speed, April 7th at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. No question about it, Sebring is old school. That's why it's so difficult, that's why we love it, and that's why all of those drivers you just heard from are so happy to pick up a victory. And here's an interesting note. Of the 15 individual class winners, only 4 have a previous victory here. The other 11 stood atop their podium for the very first time. A new era has truly opened here at Sebring. We thank you for joining us for our speed coverage of the 61st Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. I'm Bob Varsha for Calvin Fish, Dorsey Schrader, Brian Till, Johnny O'Connell, Justin Bell, Jamie Howe, Kelly Stavis, Chris Neville, and Andrew Marriott, and all of us here at Speed. Thanks for joining us, and so long from Sebring International Raceway.
Headsets on this, boys?
I'd like to think so.
Need blazers, I assume, right?
Oh, you want sticks and IFBs? Okay.